O God, make your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Welcome. Minister statements. Minister for Environment and Natural Resource.
Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the 19th Legislative Assembly believes our decisions must reflect a full understanding of our communities and regions. It is our responsibility to ensure that the needs of our residents are reflected in decisions that will impact them. This is especially important when it comes to decisions about the land, Madam Speaker. That's why our Northern Indigenous governments and communities are at the heart of our Northern approach to establishing and managing protected areas. The Northwest Territories is a leader in Canada when it comes to conservation plans. We work closely with our Indigenous partners to protect the Northwest Territories' natural and cultural diversity. Today, I'm pleased to tell you about a gathering that was held in Yellowknife recently to help advance this work. On February 26th and 27th, 2020, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources hosted this territorial first conservation network gathering. The idea behind the gathering, Madam Speaker, is to share experiences and build partnerships to manage territorial protected areas under the new Protected Areas Act. More than 100 partners from across the Northwest Territories took part in the two-day gathering, including Indigenous governments and organizations, territorial and federal departments, funders, academics, and conservation leaders from across Canada. Topics discussed included new ideas in conservation and stewardships, the role of Indigenous guardians, and on-the-land success stories. They also talked about the financial reality of the protected areas and best practices for management and research. Healthy Lands, Healthy People is our 5-year plan for conservation network planning. It lays out how the government of Northwest Territories is moving forward together with its partners to protect the integrity of our northern ecosystem. Protected areas can also provide new job opportunities for small communities. Madam Speaker, the Guardians program, lands-based products, and cultural tourism are all ways we can expand and diversify our economy. Over the upcoming months, Environment and Natural Resources will work closely with our partners to develop a new Healthy Lands, Healthy People work plan to guide us over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we need to hear from all stakeholders as we determine a path forward. That is why I'm pleased to confirm that we have secured federal funding for the next 3 years to make the Conservation Network Gathering an annual event. Madam Speaker, we look forward to working together to develop the next Made in the North Conservation Work Plan to keep our lands healthy for current and future Northerners and visitors to enjoy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we all want better health for our families and communities. The choices we make are important for our overall health and well-being. By eating good, being physically active, reducing the amount of alcohol we drink, living tobacco-free, making healthy choices, we all can help reduce the risk of getting chronic disease like cancer. Cancer is the leading cause of death in Canada, and it's important that we talk about it. Over the past few decades, we've learned more about cancer, which is resulting in more people surviving than ever before. This is why it's important to observe Cancer Awareness Months. Madam Speaker, this month is Colorectal Awareness Month, and it's dedicated to raising awareness about colorectal cancer and honoring those who have been affected by this disease. Colorectal cancer is preventable. It's treatable, yet here in the Northwest Territories, the incidence of being diagnosed with colorectal cancer is twice the rate of anywhere in Canada. Many people are unaware that they can reduce this risk of getting it with timely screening and healthy lifestyles. Madam Speaker, the best protection we have against colorectal cancer is early detection. Taking a fecal immunochemical test, or a FIT test, is the easiest way for Northwest Territories residents to learn if they are at risk for colorectal cancer. In an effort to improve screening and early detection, one and done FIT screening is an effort to improve screening and early detection. It was introduced in 2018. This approach makes it easier for people to collect a sample at home and return it to their healthcare provider. The FIT test, which you can easily do at home, is recommended for residents ages 50 to 74, which should be completed at least every 2 years. To increase the screening rates for colorectal cancer in our territory, Northwest Territories Health and Social Service Authority just launched a pilot project in February to mail FIT test screenings to all eligible residents. The pilot project will focus on the Beaufort Delta region. Its approach is successful. It'll expand across the territory. Our aim is to increase the participation screening rates to meet the national goal of 60%. Madam Speaker, we also have distributed community cancer awareness kits to community health representatives. Healthcare staff can use these comprehensive kits in their communities to raise awareness and have conversations with residents about the importance of early screening and healthy living. In February, the Northwest Territories Health and Social Service Authority launched 2 educational cancer videos. Part of the 7 series, these videos aim to help residents better understand cancer and the importance of screening in the Northwest Territories. These videos were created in partnership with the Department of Health Social Services and the University of Alberta's Department of Health Social Services, Indigenous and Global Health Research Group. The videos were developed through community consultation in the Northwest Territories, incorporated feedback from community members in Fort Good Hope, Inuvik, and Yellowknife. Residents can view them on the website, cancernwt.ca. The videos were also distributed to the health centres for use and will be promoted on social media. While it is important to improve screening rates and communicate directly about cancer with Northwest Territories residents, it's crucial that we support these patients who are battling cancer right now. We know that the emotional and physical effects of cancer can make it difficult for patients to process the information. To help support patients and families, the N.W.T. Health Authority has hired and trained 2 full-time cancer nurse navigators. The nurse navigators are specially trained to help patients and their family through their cancer journey. In closing, Madam Speaker, I encourage all residents, particularly those aged 50 to 75, to speak to their healthcare providers about getting screened. Cancer and other cancers support those who are living with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister's statements. Minister for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supporting the housing needs of seniors is very important to our people in our communities. And to do this, a key approach to support our elders is to recognize their desire to have friends and family close by as they age, and to remain in familiar surroundings. Having those stronger networks of your longtime friends and family around you has impacts on your health and your age. Having the support to age in place in your home community will improve the quality of life for seniors and may prevent early admission to long-term care facilities. I am pleased to advise members that we will be ready to open the new Fort Good Hope Senior Centre this spring. This centre is the last of 5 centres that were designed in conjunction with the Department of Health and Social Services, taking into consideration local guidance and input. The development of these units has improved the lives of seniors in Aklavik, Fort Liard, Fort McPherson, YELLOWKNIFE, and soon Fort Good Hope. These complexes feature 8 units that will be occupied by seniors, and 1 unit will be designed for a caretaker unit. An on-site caretaker improves the safety and security of the building. As part of these designs, these buildings feature common areas where therapeutic and lifestyle programming can be delivered for seniors. The designs include non-step entrance to suites, wider doors, and common spaces that is used for delivery of health and social services programming. Madam Speaker, seniors are seniors are the bedrock of our lives. They have been there for us since the day we were born. They have given us so much. They have given so much to us, their knowledge, their guidance, and their love. As such, we need to take the time and use the necessary resources to ensure that these units were built to the best standards available. It is important that we give back to the ones that have given us so much. I look forward to the opening of this facility and celebrating with the elders and families as they move into their new homes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to advise members that the Honourable Katrina Knockleby will be absent from the House today and tomorrow to attend the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada Conference in Toronto, Ontario. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In light of Starlight Investments and KingSett Capital's recent intention to purchase Northview Real Estate, thus making the two largest landlords in Yellowknife, one, I wanted to read an open letter to CEO John Love of KingSett Capital and CEO Daniel Drimmer of Starlight Investments. Congratulations on your intention to purchase Northview Real Estate Investment Trust for $4.8 billion. I wish to inform you that upon closing this deal, you will own a small city in the subarctic called Yellowknife. Yellowknife also happens to be the capital city of the Northwest Territories. I invite you to come and visit sometime. It's a beautiful place. In case you are not aware, Northview presently owns the majority of rental apartment units in Yellowknife, and when combining their commercial stock with KingSett's current Yellowknife stock, you will own the majority of commercial leasing space as well. I have attached a picture of our downtown core to show you all the buildings you will own, one of which KingSett has managed to keep vacant for almost a decade. It recently had its siding fall off. I have attached a picture of that for you as well. Additionally, congratulations on your intention to purchase a company which is our city's leader in residential tenancy violations. When you come visit our town, I hope you will visit the various Northview apartments that have been left in disrepair due to rent money flowing south to fuel other capital investments. Before you purchase our city, I wanted to ensure that you are aware of the fact that the majority of Yellowknifers have at some point lived or worked in one of your buildings, and I've yet to hear a single positive thing about that fact. My apologies, Dan. I know you have a significant amount of investment in Northview, but I hope, as our new landlords, we can have a fresh start and do some work to repair the relationship with our residents. Now, I recognize that by design, real estate is first and foremost an investment for your companies, and the fact that people live and work in your property is secondary, but I would hope you both put something extra in for exceptional cases such as this. As I am sure you're aware, the North is an exceptional market. The capitalization rate for Northview's Northern Canada holdings is 9.17%, which is 55% higher than its overall capitalization rate and 40% higher than that of its next most profitable region. Of course, KingSett, as a private equity fund for institutional and ultra-high net worth investors, does not have the transparency of an exchange-traded REIT like Northview, such that a similar information is not publicly available for KingSett's current holdings in Northern Canada. Madam Speaker, I am seeking unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
The member for Yellowknife North is seeking unanimous consent to continue. All those in... Are there any nays? Sorry. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. I also note that Northview's current market share, when combined with KingSett's market share, is an index that will make Yellowknife one of the most highly concentrated real estate markets in Canada. Dan, John, we all know this deal is not really about Yellowknife. There are so many assets in your combined multi-billion-dollar portfolios that I wouldn't expect you to ever know them by city. But I am hopeful that this letter, despite its sarcastic tone, can start a conversation. There are a variety of remedies available that will ensure the acquisition of Northview can allow some competition to once again exist in our northern capital. I've brought this market share issue to the Competition Bureau of Canada's attention on multiple occasions. I encourage you to reach out to them and divest some of Yellowknife assets in this deal, ideally on a small enough scale to allow local ownership in a city which is desperately in need of competition and local developers. At the very least, perhaps you could try and do something about that 10-story vacant tower that you own. Yours truly, Ryland Johnson, MLA for Yellowknife North.
Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. In June 2019, the Assembly passed historic changes to the Access to Information Protection of Privacy Act that had been in the works since 2012. The then Minister of Justice worked well with Standing Committee, and we now have very good legislation. In fact, it may be the best in Canada. There was extensive consultation with N.W.T departments, public bodies, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, as well as the general public. Feedback received during the course of these consultations, including the Information and Privacy Commissioner's extensive submission, and recommendations identified by the Standing Committee were thoroughly considered and informed the development of the bill. Mandatory exemptions were reduced, the jurisdiction of the Information and Privacy Commissioner was clarified, giving that officer the ability to issue binding orders, and the Act will apply to municipal governments, as suggested by several parties over many years. What is not clear is the Minister's plan for implementing the recommendations as documented in the November 2016 What We Heard report from public consultations. These issues included fee reductions, training, identification of classes of records that do not require an ATIP application, and many more. When I asked the former Minister of Justice about fee reductions on June 6, 2019, he responded by saying the initial fee for general requests would be dropped from $25 to $10. There would be 10 free hours of processing for general requests. Photocopy charges would be dropped to 10 cents per page, and personal information charges would be kept at $25, but the number of free pages would be increased from 100 to 200. Madam Speaker, we're still waiting for these changes. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Justice on the next steps of implementing the amendments passed in the last Assembly to the Access to Information Protection and Privacy Act. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker. My statement today is about P3 projects in the Northwest Territories. Following the public technical briefing on the new Stanton Hospital, which took place on February the 11th, 2020, officials within the Department of Health and Social Services and Infrastructure confirmed a series of pervading issues that have been plaguing the new building since it opened in May of 2019. Madam Speaker, for clarification, the initial amount designated for the new hospital was $350 million. According to the media release of October 1st, 2015, this project over the 35-year period, which includes the old Stanton Legacy building, will now cost $751 million plus. The operating and maintenance contract is also included in this P3. Boreal Health Partnership and Dexterra are the main proponents in this agreement. According to the officials of the Department of Health and Social Services and Infrastructure, this agreement/contract is defended as a good agreement despite its putting our future governance and our people of the Northwest Territories in a very crucial financial deficit because of a very dysfunctional agreement. Decisions and final sign-offs being done improperly on behalf of the people of the N.W.T. However, as an MLA who is concerned about P3s, I think the figure that the Department of Finance provided is neither concrete nor precise, and that it will cost much more than that. And as all MLAs have experienced, we have had a couple of supplements in this 19th Assembly already. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the terms and conditions of the Stanton project are not clear either. Once again, not enough attention was paid to the details of this agreement. When detail is not properly taken into account, and politicians signed off on these types of agreements, these projects can and will have a major impact both on the people of the Northwest Territories as well as the future of our government. This is exactly what happened with the P3 agreement of the new Stanton Hospital along with the legacy building of the old Stanton Hospital. Madam Speaker, accountability and transparency are extremely important when dealing with public money. The money that is being used belongs to the people of the N.W.T. So could I have unanimous consent to continue my statement, Madam Speaker?
The member for Tabacha is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. Member for Tabacha, you may conclude your statement.
Madam Speaker, accountability and transparency are extremely important when dealing with public money. The money that is being used belongs to the people of the N.W.T. Most of the P3s are contracted with southern companies, and the money flows south with little benefit to the N.W.T. P3s can be a positive way of doing business if we're dealing with northern companies or Indigenous groups. And the detailed agreements are firm, signed off properly, and all the money stay in the north. I will be asking questions to the Minister of Finance on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to talk about seniors and more specifically to those seniors residing in care facilities operated by this government. Madam Speaker, prior to her passing, my mother lived in one of those facilities for a number of years. She was somewhat reluctant to move in at first, but once she was settled and realized that some of her friends were there, it became easier to adjust. While living in the facility, she was always visited and surrounded by family and friends. This was very important to her. However, Madam Speaker, not all seniors have family and or friends and thereby find themselves alone. Although my mother is no longer in the facility in Hay River, I still try and visit the people there and take some of the foods that they probably shouldn't have because it is about respect for our seniors, their quality of life, and it is the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, when I visit these seniors, some may or may not remember me, but one thing they all have in common is that they are pleased to be able to have a conversation with someone. They all have stories to tell, they all have family members somewhere, and they'll let you know how much they miss those members and how proud they are of them. We expect our staff to interact with the residents. They're busy as well. However, the staff have tasks they have to accomplish throughout their shift during the day. There are activity coordinators on site who also interact and provide the residents of the facility with recreational opportunities. The number of staff is not sufficient to provide the personal interaction time the residents need. I'm not asking for more staff, as it is important that in addition to families, we should look at engaging the community. It may be as simple as encouraging the local senior society, students, or businesses that would be willing to offer a few hours of their time to visit, which I know the seniors would find rewarding. Madam Speaker, the seniors in these facilities or who may be at home alone need that social interaction. They need to be physically active. They need to feel like they can still contribute. They need to be shown they matter, and most important, they need to know they are loved. Madam Speaker, we have to slow down and reflect on what is important to us and remember exactly why we're here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The
process of land transfers to municipal governments is not working. It prevents municipal governments from having the authority and autonomy to make timely land use decisions within municipal boundaries and impedes business development. In addition, YKDFN is now trading land with the City of Yellowknife, essentially removing the N.W.T from the process. 25 years ago, MACA helped community governments develop land use plans and administered lands within municipal boundaries. MACA has long since devolved the responsibility for developing community land use plans to municipal councils, but the planning administration process remains regressive and paternalistic. The Community Planning and Development Act explains that a community plan guides the physical growth and development of a community. Under that act, a municipality must submit its plan to the Minister of MACA for approval before it has any force and effect. The Act requires the plan be developed in consultation with a professional community planner. So, Madam Speaker, why is the Minister's approval still required? If an individual or Yellowknife business owner needs land, they must approach the City for a parcel of land within City boundaries. The City must then turn to the Department of Lands to seek access to that land through fee-simple title transfer or land lease. The current turnaround time for land transfers between lands in the City of Yellowknife is an average of 6 to 10 months. During this time, if an application is declined or a secondary piece of land is suggested, the process and timelines start over. If the project requires new or conditional zoning, then there is an additional process the City must go through. If the City had fee-simple tenure on land, the City of Yellowknife could sell or lease land to the individual or business without the 6 to 10 months required for N.W.T approvals, therefore allowing businesses to be more responsive to economic development opportunities, including remediation projects from the federal government and tourism development driven by the N.W.T. If efficient community planning is our concern, then it is not clear to me what is gained by the MACA minister needing to approve the City's community plan every year along with any revisions. The Minister of Lands has indicated a willingness to make progress in this area, and I look forward to continuing this conversation with them. It will require leadership, collaboration between the Department of Lands, MACA, and EIA, along with clear terms of reference and guidelines and timelines as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, I want to talk about senior citizen. We want the best for our seniors, and that's why we are speaking up. And the Premier had just gave out the priorities, and one of them is the elders. So sometimes the elders' private home furnaces doesn't work. We want to make people aware of that to help them.
Walk the talk and discuss something that's very important to me in caring for our seniors in the Northwest Territories, more specifically in my region. Madam Speaker, on February 7th, the Premier tabled 2019-2023 mandate of the Government of Northwest Territories. That mandate included 22 priorities for this government to focus on the next 3.5 years. One of them happens to be allowing or enabling seniors to age in their place of dignity. Under that priority, this government committed to increasing supports for seniors to stay in their homes and also in their communities. This government also committed to funding actions to remove community-level barriers to aging in place. Madam Speaker, many seniors in our communities are having difficulty maintaining their homes, and I believe that we need to step up to assist them in more so that our seniors can in fact age in place with dignity. Madam Speaker, I will have questions for Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Merci, Madam Speaker. On January 1st this year, a new and unprecedented piece of federal legislation came into effect. Canada is now legislating Indigenous child welfare in an area that is provincial and territorial responsibility. The purpose of an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families is to recognize the inherent right Indigenous people have over child and family services and to set national standards in this area. In short, Indigenous children should grow up with their families immersed in their culture and language. Madam Speaker, I'm going to review some of the highlights of this legislation as context for asking the Minister of Health and Social Services how this Act aligns with the standards of the Child and Family Services legislation in the N.W.T. The federal government started consultation on this Act 2 years ago, following an acknowledgement that Indigenous children and youth are overrepresented in care. In fact, it is often repeated that there are more children living away from their families in care now than there were in residential schools. Madam Speaker, the Act applies to all Indigenous children with Section 35 rights, no matter where in Canada they reside. It speaks to the importance of reuniting children with their families and communities. It details the principle of the best interests of the child and requires primary consideration of the child's safety and well-being, as well as preserving ongoing relationships with family and the culture to which the child belongs. Madam Speaker, the federal government has established mechanisms for Indigenous government organizations to become self-governing in child welfare. There is no Indigenous child and family law in place. If there is no Indigenous child and family law in place, workers need to make, quote, reasonable efforts, end quote, to keep the child within the family or extended family and to place the child with an adult from a different Indigenous group or any other adult as a last resort. It also provides for ongoing reassessments with specific timelines to determine whether it's appropriate for a child placed outside the family to be reunited with them. All of this sounds good, but much depends on implementation and funding, both of which need to be sorted out. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
The member for Yellowknife Centre is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. Member for Yellowknife Centre, you may conclude your statement.
Merci, colleagues. Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is an area of historic conflict, and I hope that with 1,000 Indigenous children in care in the N.W.T., Indigenous government organizations will lead the way in self-government in child and family services. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member for Tunaday-Willaday.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to talk about financial security and the high cost of living in the Northwest Territories. Last week on Friday, February 28, 2020, the N.W.T. Bureau of Statistics released a report on the state of financial security for residents in the N.W.T. The findings are based on the results of the 2019 N.W.T. Community Survey. Overall, the results are pretty bleak, in my opinion, for many people across the territory. Madam Speaker, 20% of households, that's 1 out of every 5 households across the N.W.T. have reported they had difficulties in making ends meet for their household expenses in terms of transportation, food, clothing, housing, and other expenses. The data also states that 23% of households reported that they're either often or sometimes worried about having enough money for food at any given time over the previous 12 months. Madam Speaker, we as a legislature need to start addressing these issues, and better sooner rather than later. Because I've said once already in a previous member statement, there are many folks across the N.W.T. who live on very tight and fixed budgets. So the results of this survey only confirm what I've said before. Madam Speaker, there are no simple solutions to reducing the cost of living for our people. This is a multifaceted issue that will need discipline and political will and to properly address them and overcome them. This daunting issue will be addressed with a whole of government approach, starting first with the home, with prudent budgeting and household finances, followed by actions by local leaders, businesses, and us as legislators. You've seen like in news reports before, you know, like about the high cost of foods and stuff, you know. I would love to see like a show like the Price is Right come up here, you know, and to really highlight how much our food costs. You know, I'd like to see the Price is Right go up to, say, Toledo and say, oh my God, there's some watermelon here. It cannot be $40 for watermelon. Just to drive home the point that a lot of us are trying to make, it's just too much to make ends meet for a lot of our residents, and I'm hoping we can do that. So in closing, Madam Speaker, our goals must be simple, measurable, and achievable. Lower cost of living to keep people in the north, enable people to thrive and not just to survive. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Member statements. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this morning I woke up and I said, why? Why am I here? I'm here, Madam Speaker, for my constituents in N.W.T and to make a difference across our territory. I'm here for our elders, our youth, all residents in the territory, in the Beaufort Delta. I'm here to serve N.W.T, Madam Speaker. I listened and tried to make a difference in our constituents' lives, that we could try to make a change and help them with their tough tasks that they have ahead of them, which sometimes feel like mountains or pingles, so big that they think they can't change, but we're here to change it. And anyone who asks for help from us, we're here to serve. That's our job. We're here to serve. We're here to listen. When you take a look back, the jobs that we lack, we have to stimulate our economy. We need jobs. We need housing, cost of housing, rental scale, everything that has to be looked at. Lower cost of living, income support, elders facilities so we could take care of our own elders in our home communities, supporting our local governments to make their job easier, not stretching them so far that they can't provide service. And it's just, why are we here? You know, I'll do my job to keep this House and this government accountable, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. I support, I'll hold them accountable, but I'll work together with them to make a better N.W.T. And, you know, we have to take a step back and look in the mirror, every one of us, and ask ourselves why we're here. We're here to work together, to serve the people, to make, and we're put in a position that we're blessed to be here to serve all 33 communities and across our great territory. And thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Yep.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. I would like to recognize my husband, Joseph Karnagarski, today. He's here to visit me. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to recognize my good friend Chris O'Brien, who splits his time between Yellowknife and Toronto. He and I filed the first and only successful request for an investigation under the Environmental Rights Act on April 22nd, 1991, into air pollution from giant mine. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to welcome my beautiful wife, Jenny, and my son, Joseph, into the House today. So blessed to have them down here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. All right, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Replies to budget address. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. The member for Yellowknife North has set a high standard for the replies to the budget address, so I want to recognize his passion and insights. I'm not sure I can come anywhere close to that performance, but I do wish to encourage all my fellow regular MLAs to use this opportunity to set forth their views on the budget, our fiscal situation, and how to translate our priorities and mandate into action through this first budget of the 19th Assembly. I will use my reply to the budget address to set out some thoughts on the following: a quick summary of the 2021 budget, high-level observations on the process for the 2021 budget, comments on the fiscal strategy, what is not in the 2021 budget, and some concluding remarks. A summary of the 2020-21 budget and fiscal context. The 2021 budget is a refreshing change from the budgets and practices of the previous Assembly and Cabinet. Although the framework for this budget was set by the previous Assembly, there are no new cuts to programs and services to fund infrastructure. This budget is pretty much status quo, with only $94 million of new spending, or about 5% of the total budget. Most of the new spending is tied to matching federal funding and forced growth through increases arising from the recent collective agreements. I agree and can support most of the new spending in this budget, including the following: increased funding for mental health and new long-term care beds at the old Stanton Hospital, more funding for the Arctic Energy Alliance for energy conservation and use of renewables, an increase in the funding for environment and natural resources after continuous and devastating cuts of 10% over 4 years. This increased funding often comes from the federal government, but is welcome support for caribou and protected areas. Funding to turn the integrated case management pilot into a permanent program, which I strongly support. Creation of a specialized territorial support team to assist with youth mental health, and additional funding for the successful Northern Distance Learning Program. Negotiation of a co-management regime for offshore oil and gas, even if there is zero prospect and interest in this activity. And a small increase in funding for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation, with its growing gap in core housing needs across the Northwest Territories. About the budget process, Madam Speaker, I can say that the relationship and negotiations with Cabinet over this budget have been cordial and respectful, a much different and welcome change from the last 4 years. The real crunch has yet to happen in terms of what is to be put into the supplemental appropriation to begin to deal with the mandate and the priorities of regular MLAs. It was difficult to jump into main estimates without more detailed business plans this time around. MLAs were asked to approve millions of dollars of expenditures without adequate justification or explanation in some cases. I do look forward to an approach of 4-year rolling plans that will allow greater transparency and accountability. Some comments now, Madam Speaker, on the fiscal context. Despite the attempts by the Finance Minister to paint a picture of financial stability and sustainability, there are very dark clouds on the horizon. The Minister said that we will exceed the federal borrowing limit of $1.3 billion by 2020-21. The operating surpluses which are required for spending on capital projects or infrastructure will crash dramatically from $203 million this year to only $3 million in 2023-24. This drop is due to declining revenues and, in my view, overspending on capital projects initiated by the last Cabinet, which put roads over people. The Finance Minister has promised creativity, innovation, and systematic evaluations of programs and services. This will take time and extraordinary focus, but it cannot possibly make up the fiscal shortfall or make a complete strategy moving forward. Put simply, we need more revenues to continue to provide the current level of programs and services, let alone the promises made in the mandate. The Finance Minister has said that we have $25 million to work with to begin to make progress on the mandate over the next 4 years. That's only about a quarter of the new spending in the 2021 budget alone. The Finance Minister has not shared a costing of the mandate items, despite having been asked that several times. What we do know is that each of the large infrastructure projects, Tolson Expansion, the Slade Geological Province Road, and the Mackenzie Valley Highway, will cost a lot more than $1 billion each. We have to stop fooling ourselves and the public that these can be done at the same time, as we simply cannot afford them, even if the federal government gave us all, or potential partners all of the money. There will be lots of costs in simply managing these projects and the required O&M, as we have seen with the Stanton Hospital with its ever-increasing operational costs, some of which are found in this budget too. What we do need, and I will continue to push for, is some realistic and detailed economic evaluations of the big three projects against other ways of investing public funds in terms of the number of jobs created, the location of those jobs, building of local capacity, how our labour force matches with job opportunities, and other ways of more objectively examining value for money. If I had to choose between investing $1 billion in the SGP Road or Tolson expansion and getting all of our core housing, all of our housing out of core need for $500 million and having 20 years of universal childcare, Madam Speaker, it's a no-brainer. We would create more jobs, especially outside of Yellowknife, with an investment in housing and childcare, and help our residents to better participate in our economy. Our government needs more money. This was something that the last cabinet refused to take seriously. We are in a financial and fiscal crunch now, with too many big projects being promised, even with matching 75% federal funding. The N.W.T 25% share still comes at a cost that stops or slows down other initiatives and investments, especially housing and diversifying our economy. I've pushed the Finance Minister to take the initiative to begin a serious public debate around revenue options, and she seems ready to take up that challenge. We need to get the federal government to allow us to keep more, if not all, of our own source revenues to begin to build sound fiscal sustainability. An increase in our borrowing limit is only a partial and short-term solution. Again, we need to raise more money and get to keep it. It is a very serious problem when we raise more money from tobacco and alcohol than we get to keep from the extractive sector. Corporate taxes are a less than ideal way to capture revenues from non-renewable resources. Our one-time natural capital that should also be shared, needs also to be shared with future generations. A resource tax or capital tax should be seriously examined as a more equitable way of retaining the benefits of resource development. If you don't believe me on this point, look no further than the international expert hired by ITI, who evaluated our management of non-renewable resources and found we should be retaining more revenues. We also need to look at other ways of generating revenues, including a high-income personal tax bracket, which other jurisdictions have added, including the federal government, reviewing the fees associated with post-devolution resource management, raising tobacco taxes that were last increased in 2017, and other means. I welcome this public debate. What is not in the 2020-21 budget? I recognize that this budget is status quo and that the mandate will require additional funding, partly through supplementary appropriations. The budget address was virtually devoid of any discussion of the commitment to and need for additional resources to ensure completion of the ongoing Indigenous land rights negotiations and implementation of the agreements already in place. To assist with these efforts, our government will also need to seriously move forward with the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. If we are to achieve more than the one agreement in principle at one of the negotiating tables in the last Assembly, more resources and a fresh approach are needed. There was no mention in the budget of the potential for benefits from the $1 billion remediation project here in Yellowknife around Giant Mine, or the work required to reclaim the Norman Wells field or other areas such as the Cantong Mine. The remediation economy is the equivalent of at least one of the big projects, and it won't cost us very much, if anything, to make sure or to get this work done by the federal government or the private sector. But we also have to work very hard to ensure that Northerners will benefit from that work. Of course, we must also put in place a proper post-devolution system to identify and manage environmental liabilities before they come back to this government and taxpayers. This is something the last cabinet failed to do, as we have seen with the Cantong Mine, Cameron Hills, and the rollback of mandatory financial security in the Public Land Act. The Finance Minister must stop this bleeding now, and working with her cabinet colleagues. There is little to no mention of the untapped potential of arts and culture to diversify the economy. This is another no-brainer, and there isn't even a whisper of it in the budget. Where is the promised arts strategy that should be used to help identify opportunities for investment and a supplementary appropriation that puts that into action? There are many other commitments from the mandate and elsewhere that will require attention and investment, likely well beyond the $25 million that is available under the current fiscal strategy. This includes addressing the municipal funding gap, completing the network of the single-window service centres in all our communities, more work to protect caribou habitat, building food security, including an increase to the Community Harvester Assistance Program and other food production initiatives. And last but not least, housing. Without affordable, suitable, and adequate housing, and 42% of our population does not have that, people cannot meaningfully participate in our economy. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the decisions of the last Cabinet and the majority of the last Assembly have clearly boxed us in terms of our fiscal situation and budgetary options. The cuts to programs and services to fund big infrastructure projects has pushed us closer than ever to the debt wall, resulted in more short-term borrowing, and increased debt servicing costs. The infrastructure from the last Cabinet continues to lead to increased O&M costs and has generally failed to bring the anticipated benefits, whether it is the Mackenzie Valley Fibre Link that has not tied in communities, the failure to support tourism in Tuktoyaktuk, the lack of northern workers on the Tlicho All-Season Road, or the deficiencies in the Stanton Territorial Hospital building. I'm pleased to see this Cabinet beginning to promote a more balanced approach to our mandate and this budget with its people focus. We need to spend more on our basic needs, whether it is housing, health care, or education, for the long-term outcomes our citizens deserve, and find the resources to do that. This means more revenues and new fiscal arrangements with Ottawa. I sincerely thank my Cabinet colleagues and their staff and my committee colleagues for much hard work in getting us to this point. I have the feeling that the chances for change, transformative change, are greater now than at any other point during my time in this Assembly. Madam Speaker, I may actually vote in favour of this budget, which has not happened for quite a long time. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Replies to the budget address. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, I would like to do a short presentation on the budget address that was tabled by the Honourable Caroline Wasenick, the Minister of Finance, tabled on February the 25th, 2020. First of all, this budget is status quo, with a vast majority of funds going to Yellowknife. I want to remind all members, including Cabinet, of our 22 priorities, which included regional centres and smaller communities. Madam Speaker, this budget focuses on all of the capital city of Yellowknife's needs and less on regional centres and communities. The 2019 to 2023 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories clearly outlined our priorities. The process was followed. Yet again, this 19th Assembly is leaving the people outside the capital without hope and future prospects for growth in a meaningful way. Madam Speaker, the 51 new positions for Stanton and the Integrated Case Management Group under Justice will be increased by 2, which includes 4 permanent staff members in all new positions designated for growth in other departments only in Yellowknife, must be looked at in a more strategic and objective manner. Madam Speaker, as MLA, I am not going to approve this budget, especially the Integrated Case Management Group, unless 2 out of the 4 new positions that this budget is asking for are situated, 1 in Fort Smith and 1 in Inuvik, respectively. Madam Speaker, as an MLA and a strong business person with 50 years of business experience, my main concern is the economy. I feel that this budget is not addressing how we are going to come out of deficit. Strong emphasis must be placed on the economy to advance our business sector in the exploration of diamonds, oil, tourism, and small business, to ensure that we have a strong economy so our people in the N.W.T can have hope and faith in their government. The Tolleson expansion is probably the most beneficial green project and makes sense. With 75% of funds coming from the federal government and with 25% input from our own Indigenous government, it's a win-win situation that must be looked at seriously. Madam Speaker, the total expenditure for this budget is $1.9 billion. The majority of this budget is slated for the capital of Yellowknife. The ordinary members on Cabinet should be more mindful on how Cabinet presents a budget of this sort when it affects the smaller communities and the regional centres outside of Yellowknife. Obviously, this did not happen. A quote, "Self-government and self-determination are not possible in a society in which there's no set of criteria defining what behavior and beliefs constitute acceptable expressions of leadership." Madam Speaker, when we get into the budget estimates, which we already have, and have to vote on the outcomes, we must keep in mind our mandate of inclusiveness, ensuring that the entire population of the N.W.T. benefits from this budget. Changes to this budget must be made to reflect this. This is what the people of the N.W.T. want. The majority of the N.W.T., the people of the Thabetcha riding, and the Indigenous people outside of Yellowknife must benefit from this budget and in future budgets from this day on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabetcha. Replies to the budget address. Replies to the budget address. Acknowledgments. Acknowledgments. Oral questions. Member for Thabetcha.
So my questions are for the, Madam Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Finance. My first question is, since the Stanton P3 and the Legacy 100-bed long-term unit for Yellowknife has crippled our government from moving forward, can the Minister tell me who makes up the partnerships of Boreal Health Partnerships?
Thank you, Member for Thabetcha. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as to the first part of the member's comment about being crippled, Madam Speaker, I would reply to simply say that this actually did come in on budget and that the project costs were for construction were as expected and that the contract costs are as expected. The second half of the member's question, Madam Speaker, the Boreal Partnership is made up of Hot Chief, Triple P Solutions, Bird Capital Limited, and BBGI Corporation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Thabetcha.
Madam Speaker, can the Minister tell us who owns the majority of shares of Dexterra, as well as where is the company based out of, and what the emergency number that is used by Stanton Hospital staff after 5 p.m.?
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Dexterra, I believe, is owned by a company named Fairfax Financial Holdings. They are based out of Ontario for their corporate office. And Madam Speaker, with respect to emergency numbers, those numbers are available to Stanton Territorial Hospital staff, and if there is some concern that the member's raising on that, rather than having those numbers put here in the House, I will ensure that those numbers are in fact posted appropriately and communicated to staff in the hospital. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabetcha.
Madam Speaker, I want the Finance Minister to justify and explain to the people of Thabetcha and the N.W.T. how all the shortfalls in this territorial hospital are going to be dealt with, and who's going to be paying for those shortfalls.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a number of initiatives have been begun in the last few months as a response to the fact that there were some challenges with this building when it initially came online. And Madam Speaker, it's always expected that there's going to be some difficulty with a building that is the size and complexity of Stanton Territorial Hospital. Indeed, this hospital is arguably the most complex, if not the most complex building ever undertaken by the Northwest Territories government. Certainly one of the most technical in terms of the kinds of equipment. So while we are cognizant that there's been challenges, there is work underway. There are committees have been formed now between the BHP and the N.W.T to ensure that partners are adequately addressing issues in a prompt manner. There is currently a senior executive committee that meets now to oversee the fixing of any difficulties or problems that arise. The assistance is being delivered by the Department of Infrastructure to the partners over at the hospital so that there's adequate hands on deck essentially to make sure that things are being looked at. And as for the payment, Madam Speaker, if there are issues there's a very detailed schedule in the contract where if there are issues that should have been delivered by the partner, then the partner has to pay for that. There's contract monitoring to ensure, indeed, that if there are performance issues that fall within the contract, that then the payments that are being made regularly to the provider of services deducts that from their monthly payments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Final supplementary, member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, finally, I would like to address the Mayor of Yellowknife's media statement of February the 19th, 2020. The new Stanton Hospital tax bill for the amount of $4.5 million is the highest tax building in the N.W.T. The Mayor of Yellowknife made a statement that she did not have to raise taxes because of a new assessed property value of the new Stanton Hospital. So my question is, as all monies out of public funds belong to the people of the N.W.T, are you comfortable as the Minister of Finance with this statement?
Thank you, member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a good partnership with the City of Yellowknife and with the Mayor of Yellowknife, and I'm confident that she was making every effort to explain to her people that she represents how grants in lieu work and how taxes are paid by the government of the Northwest Territories. We don't pay taxes, we pay a grant in lieu. And the grant in lieu supports the city when the government of the Northwest Territories is using what would be municipal land that the municipality could otherwise garner tax-based revenue from. Instead, there's a grant in lieu that's paid for the use of that land and for obviously all of the various city-based services that the N.W.T uses on the footprint of the hospital. I'm confident that the grant in lieu policy has been applied appropriately and fairly for City of Yellowknife, for Stanton, as it is to all the tax-based communities across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Lands. In regards to transferring Commissioners' land within city boundaries to the City of Yellowknife, what formal arrangements have been put in place at this time for this initiative, and what are their timelines? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Sorry, which? Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the department has been meeting with the city several times from last summer, and most recently as of Monday, February 24th, where I had the opportunity of meeting with the city as well as YELLOWKNIFE First Nations there. We have a working group in place that involves the city, the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, Lands, and E&I, and so we're working together on this issue. The department's goal is to have the process document done hopefully this year, and then we'll work on transferring the lands in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This past weekend was the N.W.T Association of Communities AGM in Inuvik. Since long before the election of the 19th Assembly, the topic of Commissioners' land within the City of Yellowknife has definitely been a hot topic. What commitments were made at the AGM in regards to the transfer of Commissioners' land to municipalities? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, we did attend the N.W.T AC meeting, and there was no commitments or no questions asked from the association in regards to this issue, but I can tell the House and the public that we've had communications with various tax-based communities on how we can move forward on this issue. It's very complex, and we're trying to work together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if local Indigenous governments are supportive of land transfer initiatives within the City of Yellowknife. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said, last Monday, May 24th, I did attend the meeting with the City of Yellowknife and YK Denny. In that conversation, in that meeting there, basically what I believe the conversation, what we heard was that they were supportive of this as long as it doesn't infringe on, interfere with the KHO process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. Final.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my understanding that the City of Yellowknife requested a memorandum of understanding in partnership with the City of Yellowknife, local Indigenous governments, and the N.W.T. Will the Minister be prepared to satisfy this request for a memorandum of understanding committing to working together on land transfer solutions? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, an MOU may not be a necessary document or process we need to do moving forward. So what we're doing is we're working with the municipality to come up with a document that will ensure as we move forward 10, 20, 30, or 40 years down the road, it's going to meet the needs of the residents of the Yellowknife and the government of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Justice regarding cannabis. Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves here a year and a half after cannabis legalization, with the promise being after 1 year we would have private cannabis stores in the Northwest Territories, or at least be along the road. My question is, when will we see our first private cannabis store in the Northwest Territories?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that there certainly has been a delay since even when I believe the date that I'd provided to the House with respect to some aspects of the process. In order to have a cannabis store, there was first an RFQ, a request for qualifications, that was sent out this summer, and then there was needed to be an RFP, a request for proposals. That process was due out in January. I acknowledge it's now not January. I'm assured that that will be complete and that that will be public this month. And I will certainly ensure that I'm doing my best to follow up on that date. At that point, how quickly private individuals or private companies are able to develop their progress for a store will be in the hands of those individuals or companies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the Minister of Justice response that we will see those RFPs out this month, and I will encourage my constituents who are interested to apply to that process. My question is, I had a constituent attend the Uptown liquor store the other day, the only place to buy cannabis legally in town, and there was in fact no cannabis there. So my question for the Minister of Finance, why 18 months after legalization do we still not have our procurement process in order?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there have actually not been very many stock outages since January of 2019, though there was indeed some delay recently. I am told that the resupply did come in last Friday, and that it is something that we are continuously monitoring. Staff from the Department of Finance are involved ensuring that the supply is regular, and indeed I believe met with one of the resuppliers just last week. So it is certainly our hope that as we continue that relationship that there should be hopefully less challenges for those seeking to avail themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to express the issue here is that when someone attends a legal cannabis store and there is no cannabis, they go to the black market, which I can assure the Minister of Justice is still very much alive and well in the Northwest Territories. That means we are allowing criminals to continue to sell cannabis as well as not gaining the tax revenue needed from this. My question to the Minister of Justice is what is currently happening to find new sources that can meet the demand?
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Northwest Territories Liquor and Cannabis Commission is tasked with identifying new suppliers where they're available. It is a challenge that's being faced by our other territorial and provincial partners. It's one that we'll continue to talk to them about their own practices and see if there are options in our procurement that we haven't considered. As I say, it's certainly, I am alive to the ultimate impacts of not having supply and what that does. Again, it's a fairly new system across Canada, so hopefully as all provinces and territories work that through, that we will see a general improvement to the legal supply to all provinces and territories, including ours. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. In my statement earlier today, I talked about how we have some of the best access to information protection and privacy legislation in the world, maybe. The problem is it hasn't been implemented. It hasn't been brought into force. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Justice to explain what the next steps are with regard to bringing these changes to a TIPA into legal effect and when that might happen. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have some good news. That is that the majority of provisions are expected to be brought forward or brought into force in this fall of 2020, and that would include the changes that are being made to reduce some of the fees. With respect to changes that are going to be made that will impact on smaller communities and municipalities, Madam Speaker, a working group has been formed with representatives of the small communities to ensure that they are part of the process to develop those regulations. That working group has now had set dates when they will meet, and as they meet, the next stages will be developed in conjunction with that process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that. Great news. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to take about 1.5 years to finally get the fees reduced, maybe even closer to 2 or 3 years from when the What We Heard report came out, but that's still good news. There's a number of other areas that were identified in the What We Heard report, such as training, identification of classes of records that do not require an ATIP application. Can the Minister give us a sense of the priorities in terms of that work and when it's going to be implemented as well? Merci, Monsieur, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Member for Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the training and the guidelines, resource materials for all the different departments, that is either has been or is being developed right now, with some training due to begin, I understand, in April. As to the specific training schedule of which parts, which departments, I don't know that offhand. I will commit to providing that to the member as I can identify it. I can say that certainly reducing the fees has been a priority, and ensuring that the movement to provide better access to information there is one area of documents that will be identified so they can be available without having to go through the process. That is also a priority that we will be working on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that reply. So back in June of 2019, the then Minister of Finance read out in the House a series of proposed decreases in fees, and I mentioned those in my member statement. I'm not going to run through them again, but is that what the Minister is going to do with the regulations that are coming forward as early as fall of this year? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, member. Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I did take careful note as the member was speaking earlier. I can confirm that those are indeed the changes that are being contemplated to reduce the fees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake? No? Okay. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. As I mentioned in my statement, new federal legislation sets minimum standards for the treatment of children in care. These standards are meant to ensure that Indigenous children grow up immersed in their language, culture, and community. My question for the Minister is, how does our Child and Family Services legislation align with the new federal legislation? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Child and Family Service Act and the Northwest Territories, the federal C-92 and the Child and Family Service in the Northwest Territory Act is in line with the principles of the federal act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My more specific question is whether the order in which children will be placed if they are taken into care, is that exactly the same order that exists in our Child and Family Services Act? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct. The Northwest Territories Child and Family Service Act and the federal act recognizes the need to deliver culturally appropriate services by decisions concerning the children are made in the best interest of the child, taking into consideration cultural values and practices. Also, each community has a role in supporting and promoting the best interests of the children and the well-being of the families and the communities. So yes, Madam Speaker, they are in line, and some of the principles that we have are in line. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. What are N.W.T expectations with respect to accessing funding associated with the new federal law? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is correct in her statement. She did recognize that the implementation and the funding has not been worked out. We are still in the process of waiting for the federal government to have a meeting. There was a meeting scheduled, a FTP for last month, and it's rescheduled. So although we recognize that the legislation is in place, we still need to work on what does that mean for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre, final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you to the Minister for that answer. One of the things this means for the N.W.T and for all provinces and territories is that Indigenous government organizations have an opportunity to become responsible for child and family services in their own jurisdictions. And so what role does the Minister see the N.W.T having with respect to helping Indigenous government organizations take on this responsibility? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is correct, Madam Speaker. The Child and Family Services, you look at the children who are in place, and we have 99% of Indigenous children in place in care. And right now, within the Child and Family Service Act, the Indigenous and government organizations can enact their own child and family service law for their citizens. Right now, we have only one Indigenous group in the Northwest Territories who's reached out to our department and is interested in looking at what does that mean for their Indigenous groups. They have the option to enter into a process that would have their laws prevail over territorial law and the federal law. So, Madam Speaker, it is in our best interest to work with the Indigenous groups in Northwest Territories, as majority of the children in care are in our care, and we'd like to build on that partnership with Indigenous groups. And if they can come to the table and do a better job than we are, then let's absolutely entertain that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Hay River, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Or Speaker, sorry. I was just testing you.
That's right.
The mental and physical well-being of our seniors is very important to me. And I'd like to ask the Minister of Health, what processes in place does her department have to ensure that I guess the workers would engage the residents in the community to assist in visiting the seniors and helping out? Thank you.
Health and Social Services. Thank you, member for Hay River South, member for Health, Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to start, and I'll get to the member's question. I do want to recognize that enabling seniors to age in place with dignity is one of our priorities. And if you look at the mandate priorities, it is a partnership not only with the Health and Social Services, but also Department of Education, Culture and Employment, and the Department of Housing. And you look at the three objectives is, number one, we need to increase supports so that seniors can stay in their own homes and communities. That's the number one. Number two is fund actions that can enhance inclusion, safety, and remove community barriers. The other one is to help protect seniors from abuse or neglect. These are some of the areas that we are looking at for our mandate. But in addition to that, I do want to talk a little bit about what the member's asking for. What are we doing? We have a variety of activities that are in our regions, and I do want to speak about a couple of them. We have adult day programs, including the Elders in Motion exercises, meal program, Meals on Wheels, and other recreation and social activities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the wintertime, many of the seniors are kind of locked up, not locked up, but they're in the facilities, and they don't have really an ability to get out on their own. And I'm just wondering, does your department have anything in place to allow that to happen? Is to take them outside the building during the wintertime so they can get a little fresh air and also a little sightseeing? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister, Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are some limitations in delivering some of the programs for a variety of reasons: lack of suitable space or lack of transportation for our elders. Every region is different. I mean, you look at some of the regions, especially the example I'll use in the Beaufort Delta, we have a very strong Elder Day program where the elders come from their homes into the Elders Day program, and they have a variety of activities. There are supports in place. However, there are limitations, and I understand the member's concern about the lack of possibly transportation or whatever the case may be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the minister will say yes to this one. We have a 48 bed slated for Hay River, and I think there's one for Nuvik as well. And one of the issues that I find is that, when I was visiting the other day, I noticed the handy van was sitting there covered in snow. So I asked the person, do they use it? And they said, well, not really, because to take people out, it was slippery and it was hard to get them in the van. So one thing I suggested is that with these the new 48 facility is that if they could have a little something off to the side where they can have the van parked so that people can go right in from the building into the van where it's warm and take them out, kind of like they have for the ambulances. So I would just ask the minister if she would consider that in the design of the new 48-bed facility for Hay River. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for Nuvik.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister, Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I say yes to the concept and the idea because I feel it is important. I feel like if there are any ways that we can get our elders from their facility into the community, it's very important. I also do want to remind the member, Madam Speaker, that the 48-bed facility in Hay River and Nuvik is still through the design process. So, I mean, there is an opportunity for our department to work with Department of Infrastructure to have a look at the designs and to be able to see what works for the communities. I mean, we need to build these facilities so that they work for our elders and for our communities. And if that's one way of getting the elders out into the community, then, of course, that's something we would look at. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South, final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I appreciate the minister's responses, and I look forward to working with her. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral questions. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member statements on Kiguido that the onta Nizigi Hudi has in one day. That's on the Northwest Territories on Housing Corporation. As it can get all on the Ayada Kada Honda. The what's done in there, the mandates on case the get on the onta than
Madam Speaker, I see it did high saga on it did how did that's all good so the question needed on target let's add that on
agencies and families to identify gaps in existing resources. Madam Speaker, question to N.W.T Housing Corporation. What is the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation programs available for seniors so they can maintain their own homes? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. The programs that are offered for the seniors to age in place, we do have a SAFE program. We do have the accessibility to accommodate the limited mobilities for the seniors. Also, we have constructed seniors complexes throughout the Northwest Territories and trying to support the seniors to age in place. I don't know all of the programs at the top of my head, but I can provide the member with the programs that we do have listed, and also working in conjunction with my colleagues that we do have a set programming to address that, to have our seniors age in place, and the number of programs that are out there throughout the government of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I'd like to touch on the support agencies and families to identify gaps in existing resources as part of our mandate. We know that the cost of airfare into our isolated communities is quite high across the north, and in my region as well, 3 communities I represent. If any work is to be done on seniors' home in an isolated community, those travel costs are often passed on to senior on top of the actual cost of the work involved. Madam Speaker, are there any housing corporation programs specific to having a certified oil burner mechanic to visit outlying communities so that they can service the furnaces for our most vulnerable seniors. Madam Speaker, merci.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Minister, N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Madam Speaker, the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation created the Seniors Aging in Place program to help seniors improve the durability of their home and to make energy-efficient retrofits every year. It is an easy program to access, and seniors can apply for this every year. There is also a co-payment portion for seniors to make only low to moderate income. Seniors can also access the SAFE program, the emergency repair program, to access up to $10,000 per year for urgent emergency repairs such as furnace failures. Seniors can also have the furnace maintained under the preventative maintenance program, up to $3,000 per year. As Seniors Complex, I just really would like to stress that we have completed seniors complexes throughout the territory, and we are now just looking at the one in Nassau too that is just completed. We've constructed 5 of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister hasn't really answered my question if they had a specific of having a certified overburden mechanics visiting the outlying communities. I'll just move on to the next question because these are tough questions that the department should be answering, for especially our elders in the communities. Madam Speaker, a couple of months ago I had an 82-year-old senior constituent out of Bishopcombe who had furnace issues that obviously was broadcast on the CBC as well, when we were in the middle of a 2-week-long cold spill. Apparently, her furnace had not been serviced for a few years. In the end, Polar Ice from YELLOWKNIFE stepped up to the plate and fixed her furnace for free. Must see the Polar Ice for doing such an awesome job for this elder. Would the Minister consider implementing a pilot project so that every senior in our communities can have their furnace serviced on an annual basis as a safety precaution as well, Madam Speaker?
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies to the member that I didn't answer the last question about the burner mechanics to go into the communities. We do have contractors that go out and they do work on the function of the homes, looking at the water heaters, the furnaces, and making sure that they're up and they're functioning. I just want to I'm not familiar with the contractors that go into the isolated communities, but also I just wanted to inform the member that we do have the SAFE program that is accessible for the furnace and the upkeep of them, and to make sure that they are maintained, and it's up to $10,000, and I would encourage that the residents in his riding that they do contact the Housing Corporation to further and to complete the application. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister is referring to application-based process, and a lot of our elders obviously are struggling, sometimes because of individuals living in their household. It's based on household income. So most times they don't qualify, unfortunately. But when it comes to 2 weeks of cold spell, this is a very urgent matter that we need to deal with on an annual basis to service their furnace, especially the vulnerable elders. Could we have, Madam Speaker, I've touched on Polar Ice as a contractor going to the community on their own services. Could we have similar to that as a pilot project in our communities, not just my Clinchon communities, but other isolated communities in the Northwest Territories? I believe this is a very, indeed, an asset that we should be utilizing, having those individuals qualified to service the furnace. Madam Speaker, merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am interested in looking at that. Actually, looking at our application process, I have gotten feedback that it is quite difficult for the residents of the Northwest Territories to access our programs. And I would like to go forward and encourage that that initiative and that suggestion from the member, and it's something that I will work towards. And I would like to have the conversation with my department to see how we can initialize that and work with that initiative going forward throughout the Northwest Territories, and making sure that our elders are getting the services that they need, and that if it's just a simple application process that is keeping them from accessing our programs, I would really like to connect the LHO housing managers and the clients that we are there and we are able to get the applications done immediately. But I will be working with the member going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Montfouille.
I believe that's my fifth question. Madam Speaker, I just want to say I look forward to departmental's correspondence on this particular very important matter in my region. When can we see this happening? Merci.
Thank you, member for Montfouille. Minister of Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Going forward, looking at this initiative, I would like to hopefully be able to get back into the communities. Hopefully, I want to commit in July that I would like to look at this, and then going forward and looking at the need for the rest of the Northwest Territories and working with the member also. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Speaker. Question here is for the Minister for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Yes. So just to supplement what my colleague from Montfouille was asking about seniors and mobility restricted people. And my question's regarding people with no land tenure in our communities. Can the Minister advise if there are any programs available to seniors or people that are restricted with mobility, if there are any programs available for them in terms of mobility access?
Thank you, member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister for N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to touch on the first issue, which was the land tenure process, that I know that it does hinder a lot of our applicants going forward in accessing the programs that we have. Right now, our department is looking at our policies, and we're wanting to work forward to see how we could work around the hinder of having the land tenure issue burden our application process and having our clients access their entitlement to the programs that we offer. And looking at the wheelchair access, we do have funding that is available. It is the SAFE program, and I would encourage the member to work with me so we could look at these programs and distribute them accordingly to making sure that we are able to increase the amount of seniors that are able to age in place, and also the accessibility is starting to become a huge situation that's identified out there, that we need to make our units and our homes more accessible for people that are in need of these programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for a response. So, from just judging from what was just said, outside of the SAFE program, there are no other programs available for residents that have no land tenure in their homes. Is that correct?
Thank you, Member. Minister for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I should have been more clear, but we do have the Care Mobility Program, the SAFE program, the Care Major, and the Care Minor, and they do come with forgivable loans that are established and set in those programs that are available. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Well, I'm going to have one last question for the minister. So is there any appetite to change this policy to open up more programs for our residents with no land tenure? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going forward with the programs that's accessible for the seniors, we can have them access all three of them going forward, and it's per applicant, but I would like to meet with the member so I could give him the amount of the programs that we do have for seniors, and I could provide him with a clear, more understanding of what those programs entail. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions, Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. My question is for the Minister of Lands. I know we made a statement earlier today about Conservation Network gathering with a different hat on, but I would like to know what the status of the Adege proposed protected area is. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've been in communications with DFN and their planning committee, and we've been corresponding through letters. There are some issues that we're trying to work out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that. I know I'm kind of putting him on the spot, but that's his job. So I would like to know if you could be a little bit more particular or give us more specifics about what these issues are. Look, this proposed protected area has been in process for years. The feds, as I understand it, are ready to go to, they have the surface of the area. There's going to be protected as a national wildlife area. The feds are ready to invest. I understand the community has lined up some private donors to set up a trust, to hire guardians and so on. What is the problem? The problem seems to be our government not transferring the subsurface. So can the Minister tell us, give us more specifics? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is actually a very complicated file because it involves Indigenous and EIA, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and Lands, and DFN, and we're trying to work with them to get a clear understanding of the process, the big process of how we're dealing with all issues with the Deitcho First Nation. So right now, this is where we're working on it. It's we've been corresponding through letters, as well as the Premier has already met with the Grand Chief about a month ago, I believe, or a month and a half ago, to start the negotiations again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Yeah, life is complicated, but this is a simple one. This is a win for us all. Just transfer the subsurface lines, get this done and over with. Here's a great way to show some respect and start to build better working relationship with the Deitcho First Nations. When will this government transfer the subsurface and allow this protected area to be established and get guardians on the ground working? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as much as it sounds like it's that easy, it isn't that easy. It's a very complicated process. It's about process, and we need to do it right, and we need to work with them, and we need a clear understanding of the overall picture. So right now, I can't make a commitment. I know it's in my writing, or it's actually in my colleagues from the Deitcho, but the other riding, the Hende, is part of the Deitcho, and I've heard from leadership. They've talked to me about this as well, but we want to make sure we do it right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that. Look, this is a very long, drawn-out process. The boundaries have gone through a lot of discussion, negotiation. Any areas of even medium mineral potential were carved out of this area. The community wanted to protect the Willow River down to the Decho. Even that area, the canyon, was carved down to a very small area. The problem seems to be this government and not moving forward. Look, this is a great way that we can build, start off on a new foot, better relationship with our Indigenous governments. When is this government going to transfer the subsurface and get this deal done? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I've tried to say here in the House, it's a three-party process. It's the federal government, it's us, and DFN. I understand that DFN, the federal government, have agreed to this area right now, but again, I'm not saying we don't agree with it, but it's about the process, and the whole process needs to be addressed, and we need clear understanding of where we're going ahead of this. Again, this is a cabinet issue, and we're trying to work with them. We've reached out to them in correspondence. The Premier has already met with the Grand Chief, and we're starting that process. So what I will say is we will continue to work on this process to get it resolved. At the time frame, I cannot make a commitment on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance tried to explain the grant in lieu. The grant in lieu is the same concept as taxes. Am I correct?
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, yes, thank you. It's comparable insofar as the government doesn't pay property taxes the same way a private resident or private industry would. It is a way of compensating municipalities for the use of those properties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, $140 million for the City of Yellowknife for the 35-year period for grants in lieu / taxes. Is this not an extra expense?
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. I'm not sure I know what numbers this member is referencing, so I'm at a bit of a disadvantage on this particular point. Grants in lieu, there's a very careful policy, a detailed policy that the government uses to establish what is owed to municipalities under the grants in lieu. It is a process that uses independent assessors to identify the proper amounts. It's something that is paid to all communities. It's paid to all communities and it's budgeted for, so there shouldn't be long-term surprises in the course of grants in lieu. It's an important aspect of maintaining our partnerships and our funding to communities when we're using the resources of those communities and using up the land that would otherwise be available for them to have own source revenues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, is the Finance Minister comfortable in defending a flawed agreement / contract with regards to the P3 of the Stanton Hospital?
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Stanton Territorial Hospital is a world-class facility. It is going to provide an opportunity for residents of the Northwest Territories, all residents of the Northwest Territories, to access services that would have otherwise not been available to us. And while we acknowledge that there's been some challenges in the very early stages of the rollout of this very large and complex building, I am confident that those services are going to be here and to provide for all residents of the Northwest Territories. And Madam Speaker, the P3 process for the Stanton Territorial Hospital was subject to quite rigorous auditing and quite rigorous review, and I'm confident that it will, in the course of time, provide the right services and the best possible services to the residents of the Northwest Territories, and that the reviews will be ongoing over the years to ensure that fact. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance stated that the P3 for Stanton project came in on budget. Do you, as Finance Minister, truly believe this is a correct statement?
Thank you, member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the capital planning for the project was, as I understand, $350 million, and that is indeed, in the end, the capital costs for construction. And now the contract is now valued at an additional $751 million over the course of time. Every 5 years there can be some adjustments made, but those adjustments are made with the partners and with all partners involved. So again, not with any surprises. I believe a very detailed and lengthy public process was offered for a technical briefing to the committee. The public was invited. That was put onto Facebook. It was made very open and accessible to the members of all of the Northwest Territories to ask hours of questions to some of the lead individuals involved in terms of designing that contract, implementing the contract, and providing services at the hospital. I believe, in fact, that those several hours worth of review and briefings are still available through a link to the legislative website. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions. Oral questions. Yeah, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our job here is to be legislators and to debate policy, and I am consistently frustrated that I find myself getting into the implementation and operations of our departments. Earlier today, I heard the Minister of Lands commit that the land within municipal boundaries, there is a working group in place. Hopefully within a year we have a process document, and then after that we may see the land transferred. Unfortunately, I have to ask questions of every minister to assure that this is happening. So my question is for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Is the minister willing to enter into an MOU with the Department of Lands, Executive Indigenous Affairs, the City of YK, Yellowknife Dene First Nation, and the heart of that MOU is that the land within municipal boundaries will be transferred? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is, situation with the land transfer to be happening within a municipal boundary is a quite complex situation in that there are a lot of, excuse me, a lot of parties at the table that would have to, we'd have to work with going forward and consulting with. And right now, the department is not in favor of entering into an MOU, to be honest. There is a lot of consideration to be thought through, looking at the land transfer and the affected parties and what is going to be coming along with that transfer. And looking at that transfer and what is going to be available to the City of Yellowknife, to the YKDFN, and the affected parties that are there. And looking at forward for thorough assessment, I'd have to be working closely with my colleague for the Department of Lands, or the Minister of Lands, and working with the City of Yellowknife and YKDFN. Those relationships have already been established. So going forward, we are speaking about this process, but I'd really like to stress that the transfer is quite complex. It's not something that can easily be completed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm well aware that there is complexities in implementation of any policy, but there is clear policy direction from the legislative branch that this be done. It is as simple as the minister providing a ministerial directive to their department to devolve the lands, and then the department figures out the logistics. In the meantime, we have the City of Yellowknife's plan being required to approve by the Minister of Communal Affairs and any revisions, a process that is taking too long. Will the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs commit to removing the requirement of her approval while this process is ongoing?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies to my colleague is that I'm not in favor of removing our abilities as myself as the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs, that this is happening within the municipal boundary. We do have a lot of consultations to be completed within the time frame. We also have to consider that the transfer that is happening, that all parties at the table are I don't want to use the word in agreement, but I really want to stress on the word consultation, is that we do have ongoing land claims that have not been settled within this area as well too. And going forward, I would really like to be mindful that this is a very delicate process, and that it does involve legalities going forward. And looking at this process, that we are working closely with the stakeholders and closely with my colleague for the Minister of Lands. And going forward, I would just like to really stress that it is a very complicated situation, and it's not as easy as it could be done as of signing of papers and the transfer is complete. We do have to really concentrate on a lot of the scenarios that do come with them. I don't want to identify them because it is a very complex situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Justice, okay, the work out.
I'd like to ask a question regarding Justice Department. Sometimes we are thankful to the RCMP when people are busted for drugs, and that drugs doesn't go into the community. So we know what they are faced regarding the RCMP. So I'm going to ask her a question.
There were several drug busts over the last few months here in the Northwest Territories and our communities as well. I'd like to send kudos and congratulate and also be thankful to the RCMP G Division for stopping these illegal drugs from entering the North. Madam Speaker, when the drug bust occurred in Hay River a couple months back, there were only 3 names released to the public out of the 9 that were actively involved. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to know the process from the Justice Department working with the RCMPG division. What is the process of releasing these assailants or criminals that were all involved in a drug bust, so we can have this publicly released so people are aware that these are people that are heavily involved with drugs. I just want to know the process, Madam Speaker. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when an individual is arrested and charged, it is within the purview of it's within the decision-making of the RCMP whether or not to release the name, and it's not, I can't take a role in terms of making a choice or directing their operations, although I'm confident that when appropriate, when there's no other factors of safety or other ongoing investigations, they do generally release those names by way of a media release quite promptly. When an individual is detained by the RCMP in the course of a program or in the course of another investigation, if they are detained but released without charge, that individual is just that, they are not charged. There can be any number of reasons why somebody might be arrested or detained at the same time as others, and if the RCMP determine that they do not have the legal authority to hold them or charge them, then nor would it be appropriate for them to be releasing their name. So I expect that might be, it may be a source of frustration when there's not known as to whether or not, there's a certain number of people have been arrested and why they are not all being named, but it's in fact, of course, because not all of them have been charged under a particular investigation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand that they may not have been charged, but they were involved. And when the drug bust happened, there were 9 of them. And when there's a person of interest from RCMP in Alberta just recent, they released the names of 2 individuals. So this is, I would see similar. I would ask the Minister of Justice if she's willing to sit down with the RCMP G Division Commander or Officer and seek out if there's any way that we can provide those names to the general public. My constituencies, I want to protect them. And with those kind of names, we should be releasing those to the community so they're aware of the drug traffickers coming in from the south or even from the north, bringing illegal drugs to our communities. We need to put a stop to that. So Could the minister meet with the RCMPG Division Chief Commanding Officer simply to ask those questions if it's possible, Madam Speaker? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, thank you. We're fortunate that we have a very positive working relationship with the RCMP. We do meet quite regularly with the commander of the G Division, and so I would have no difficulty making a commitment to raise the concerns on behalf of the communities of Montfouille in terms of stemming any tide of drugs reaching those communities. Would also note for the member that the minister does have police priorities that are put out every year, every spring, and indeed it's my intention this year to reach out and have begun the process of reaching out to communities to ensure that the policing priorities that I issue are reflective of the concerns of the community. So I will speak to the member further to ensure that policing priorities take into consideration the concerns and the issues that are being raised from these communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a lot of our communities don't have RCMP detachment, and even my region, there's 2 communities that do not have RCMP detachment. And I fear for the communities. And so I'm glad that Minister is willing to meet with the Chief Commanding Officer. I'm hoping it's sooner than later. Winter roads are open, and all-weather road to constructing to N.W.T is happening. So as soon as Minister meets with the Chief Commanding Officer, I would ask the Minister if she could provide that the latest update on their discussion on this particular very important matter in my region. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Montfouille. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll certainly will be keeping the member up to date as I have conversations with the RCMP. That is certainly, and I also believe that the RCMP would be themselves happy to engage directly with some of the committees of this House and to have that relationship about their operations, which is not within my area of responsibility. And as for community safety going forward, Madam Speaker, that's a concern to the Department of Justice. There's a lot of different tools that can be used to increase and enhance community safety and community participation in the justice system, and I'll continue to work towards those goals over the course of the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Oral questions. The time for oral questions is now expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to table the following document, follow-up letter for oral question 3-19 brackets 1, tracking post-secondary student accomplishments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. 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 Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration of Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Table document 30-19 brackets 2, main estimates 2020 to 2021. Table documents 43-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2020-2021, with member for Hay River South in the chair.
I will call the Committee of
the whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? Mr. Norn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee would like to consider table document 30-19, bracket 2, main estimates 2020, 2021. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Norn, we will proceed with that item after a short break. Thank you. I'll call the committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document number 30-19, bracket 2, main estimates 2021. Does the Minister of Justice have any opening remarks?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm here to present the 2020-2021 main estimates for the Department of Justice. Overall, the Department's estimates propose an increase of just under $7.4 million, or 5.8% over the 2019-2020 main estimates. These estimates support our fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending while matching the modest expected revenue growth over the coming year. Highlights of these proposed estimates include $465,000 to develop a gun and gang strategy for the Northwest Territories, including funding for targeted risk-based interventions within our communities. This was made possible through a multi-year federal funding agreement with Canada. In this instance, we were able to leverage an opportunity for federal funding to address the needs of the Northwest Territories for increased youth support, while also supporting a federal initiative. $827,000 in ongoing funding to continue the Integrated Case Management Program. This is an increase of $263,000 from the 2019-2020 pilot project funding, and that will provide stability to the program based upon an evaluation of the program's staffing needs. The integrated case management approach ensures that residents with complex needs can better access N.W.T services across the social envelope, from housing to income support, while identifying barriers within government in order to support system-wide changes to how government provides services. We have received positive preliminary results from a third-party program evaluation about the impact this service approach has on the residents it serves, and I am looking forward to seeing how those lessons learned can contribute to shaping N.W.T service delivery as a whole. $5.6 million in forced growth is primarily relating to collective bargaining increases and increases to the RCMP Territorial Police Services Agreement, and a $240,000 investment for community-based victim services organizations that will provide additional support to enhance the critical services they provide to victims of crime within our communities. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by working with the RCMP to ensure that all 33 communities in the Northwest Territories have policing priority action plans in place that are developed in partnership with community leadership that are based on the specific needs of each community. Supporting community justice committees in the development of alternatives to the criminal justice system, such as diversion programs, community service, and crime prevention programs. Making ongoing improvement to corrections programming to address the root causes that lead an individual to crime, integrate Indigenous culture and traditions, and support inmate reintegration back into their communities. And finalizing the transition of the South Mackenzie Correctional Centre in Hay River to a therapeutic community model to ensure that participants in the program have person-centered care and much-needed support to turn their lives around. That concludes my opening remarks, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you, Minister. Does the Minister of Justice wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant-at-Arms. Please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on my right, I have Charlene Doolittle, she's the Deputy Minister, and on my left, I have Mandy Bolstad, Director of Corporate Services.
We will proceed to the review of the departments, beginning with the Department of Justice. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Justice. Details. If there are no further comments, does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Thank you. Committee we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with community justice and policing, starting on page 262, with information item on page 265. No further questions. Oh, sorry. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the minister just refresh our memory about the program Detail Protection Against Family Violence? What does that fund pay for? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe what the members is making inquiries about is funding that's provided to the YWCA of Yellowknife or of the Northwest Territories. They are one of the designated authorities for assisting individuals under the Protection Against Family Violence Act, and they can support people in the community who are seeking an emergency protection order to seek the protection order. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I realize I had flipped inadvertently a page ahead. So, yes, protection against family violence includes that. It also includes, Mr. Chair, the access to funding that's provided for a new day programming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. Can the Minister tell us whether there has ever been review of the emergency protection orders, or whether one is planned to determine how effective they are, how they can be made more effective? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is currently, in fact, an evaluation underway of that program, and if we can, we will endeavor to provide the deadline of when to expect that back. If not imminently, then I would commit to providing a detail as to when we're expected to have that report back. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for providing that information and for committing to giving us detail on timing. My second question has to do with a New Day program. Can the Minister give us an idea of current uptake in that program? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in 2019-20, there were 16 registrations completed, and then 2 individuals who went through the entire curriculum. I would just want to note, Mr. Chair, that although registrations over the last few years have formally gone down in terms of sheer numbers, the registration process has become somewhat more rigorous. So it is, if the member is comparing year over year, there will be some significant appearance of a drop, but that it's not simply a lack of uptake. It may be due to other factors. Similarly, I would note then that as far as completions, although the ratio of individuals registered to completed is seemingly quite low, there can be individuals who go quite a ways through, or who do different parts and simply decide not to complete, but may nevertheless have still received quite benefit from the program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as a member of the 18th Assembly, I spent many hours talking about a New Day program in this chamber, and I recognize that it was reformatted a while ago to be what it is today, and it's difficult to look at a long-term comparison. But how about the 18-19 year? How many people registered and how many people finished? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2018-2019, there were 39 registrations and 8 individuals shown as having completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre?
Yeah, thank you. So does the minister have any insight into why there has been a drop-off in both registrations and completions year over year? I realize it's a very small sample, but are there any thoughts to why the program has less uptake than it used to, even a year ago? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I'd indicated earlier, there's been some, I am aware that there's been some change in terms of the registration process, and that whereas before anyone that may have dropped in could have simply written their name down and been noted as having registered, whereas now there is a more rigorous expectation that someone who wishes to take the program does need to formally register themselves, and as such that may account for some of the drop in numbers. I'm certainly hesitant to entirely ascribe that to the drop in numbers, since it is, as the members noted, a small sample and a short period of time over which to observe the change. So, but there is some explanation for that. As for completions, Mr. Chair, that is more difficult to say. I don't have a specific answer. The numbers have never been high in terms of the completions. Indeed, I don't have a ratio in terms or a calculator in front of me to do it, but the ratio of showing completions to registrations has always been low. So for example, looking back 2016-17, we had one of the higher numbers of what then were considered registrations at 48, but still only 10 completions. So the formal completion rate has always been fairly low. And while I think that is something that the department will have to consider, that is not the entire picture of the benefit that this program is providing to the people who go through it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sir, member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering what efforts are made to promote this program to the potential client group, or whether the registrations now come through mandated appearances via the courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, I will commit to looking back with our partner, the John Howard Society, who is delivering the program, to confirm exactly what efforts they may be making. I can also confirm for the member that there is a new group now at North Slave Correctional Facility that is offering this program, and so to that extent, it would be offered within the program and be part of the package of available programming for individuals who are completing their sentence at that facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Any further questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions on the integrated case management and victim services. There's increases in the budget, as the minister mentioned in her opening statement, and I agree with that, and I've heard about the value of these programs, but we need to see the evaluations. And I know this is something the minister keeps promising, but when are we finally going to see the evaluations of these two programs? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I will get that right before the next 2 hours. But Mr. Chair, the evaluation is now complete, and I can at least so far as confirm for the member that it is in my hands, and it's a question now of turning that around through the right processes so that it can be shared properly. I would think, I'm hesitant to say that it'll be before the end of the current sitting of the Assembly, but that's at least my target date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the minister for that. So I asked about two evaluations. It says one is ready. Can you just identify which one it is and what the schedule is then for the other one? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I was entirely focused on the most recent evaluation that was done of the integrated case management. That's the social return on investment, and that is the one that has not been shared. As I've said, it's my target date is to have it. So while it's not quite a commitment, it's at least a target to have it by the end of the current sitting of the Assembly. The older one from roughly 2017, Mr. Chair, ought to have been previously shared, and if it wasn't a tabled document, then I will confirm that we can ensure that it is. I will look into whether there was any restriction on it being shared. Sometimes integrated case management evaluations do contain identifying information, and if that's the case, then we'll just have to ensure that that is taken out before it can be shared. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So now I've got the schedule for the integrated case management evaluation. What about the evaluation of the victim services program? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, thank you. We're just confirming my recollection is that it was that I should have that back this month. April 2020. I was a little bit ambitious. So by end of April 2020, we'll have that back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So in the minister's opening remarks, she indicated that there's an extra $240,000 for victim services. Can the minister tell us how that money is actually allocated or split out? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a breakdown by community that we can provide to the member. Money that flows to the victim services does go directly to the individual communities via community partners, whether it's community governments or organizations such as Native Women's Association. Subject to what the member might say, I would suggest a commitment to providing the allocation by community after as part of a response. But I certainly can read the numbers out if that's preferred. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't need the minister to read it out, but I want the information made public. So if the minister would like to table that as a return on an oral question, that would be great. So it sounds like the money is kind of being spread out amongst maybe around 8 or 10 communities. Will there be consideration of additional increases to victim services once the department's had a chance to review the evaluation? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yes, we will. I certainly can table that as a response in terms of the specific funding to communities. We'll do that. There's currently 8 communities that are receiving funding for in-person services. Other communities in their respective regions can access them by telephone. And I can certainly commit to considering whether or not victim services can and should be expanded to other in-person services in other communities. What I can't do is committing to, in fact, having that happen. It would have to look at what the report says and conduct some degree of cost-benefit analysis, or consider what other alternatives we can use to help support individuals in other communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm sure the minister can talk to her twin sister, the Minister of Finance, about the value of victim services. So anyways, I've been asking about this, and the previous minister did commit to do the work, so that's great. I'm really anxious to see the results of this and to make sure that we get the support needed and that we complete this network across the N.W.T. And, I made a member's statement and asked questions about this already once in this sitting and raised it in the House a couple of times. I think that's all I've got on this section of the budget. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Nothing, thank you.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to the significant increase in travel for the Department of Justice under the Community Justice and Policing section. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a significant amount of the travel is the result of, in community justice, we often wind up either bringing community justice committee chairs into their regional centres and often sometimes into Yellowknife, and that is a significant reason for the increase in funding or increases to travel budgets. The other significant contributing factor is the Northwest Territories Guns and Gang Strategy, which involves researchers going into communities in Betchoko, and Nunavut, Fort Smith, and Hay River, and so there are costs, of course, associated with that travel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the increase to contract services is also in relation to the guns and gangs contract, or are there other contracts involved in that increase as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, thank you. For contract services has two reasons for an increase. The first is in the integrated case management program saw some increase, and then the guns and gangs is more than double that is the other reason for the increase, involving having local facilitators in the communities in order to assist in terms of garnering the research that's required to produce that strategy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can also speak to the first line item, community justice, and indicate in a little bit more detail the increase of $1 million under that line item. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, it was pointed out to me just now, and I want to correct the record, that the increase in contract services was exclusively for guns and gangs. It was a reduction on the ICM side, so I apologize for misstating that. With respect to community justice, the increase there's a number of reasons for the increase. This is where you get into the contribution agreement to victim services as one reason for the increase. The increases in resources to integrated case management of $276,000, as well as some increases as a result of the collective agreement that are increasing salaries during the current period and the impact. And then, yes, also, of course, the increase in funding for Guns and Gangs Initiative, $465,000 is found under that line item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the Minister have a breakdown of where people or the clients of ICM are from? Are they all from Yellowknife or some from communities? Is it a mixture? Is it exclusively Yellowknife? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in fact, only 55% of clients who go through ICM are either born and raised or have been in Yellowknife for more than 5 years. The rest entirely, so 45% of all clients that are receiving services from ICM are from outside of Yellowknife, from other Northwest Territories communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the 45% that are from outside Yellowknife, do they have to be located within the capital at the time they're receiving services in order to get help from ICM, or are they able to seek assistance over the phone or through somebody located in a community? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, they don't necessarily need to be a resident of Yellowknife in order to. My understanding, anyhow, is that they don't need to be a resident of Yellowknife at the time of being accepted. The acceptance is based more on a referral, and referrals have to come in through a service provider within the social envelope that are participants in the ICM program. I can certainly confirm, and I've been told stories directly about individuals who've continued to receive services through the ICM program even when they have returned home to their home communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the Protection Against Family Violence line, does this also include financial support for victims of family violence? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No support for victims of crime directly would be either through victim services or through perhaps the Emergency Victims of Crime Fund, and I think I may have the fund slightly wrong, but this line item is not for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member. No further questions from member of Cam Lake. So, member for Tunaday-Willaday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a couple comments about this section. In your opening comments, you mentioned there's 5.6 million in forced growth, and that goes to increases in territorial police services agreement. One thing I'd love to see, we're talking a lot about moving towards land claims and are moving and implementing those group agreements with our Indigenous governments. At some point down the road, I would love to see to do what other jurisdictions do, like they do in Alberta. There's some reserves that police their own, like the Blood Tribe Police Services. They hire their own people, and they get funding, and they thoroughly vet them, and they do that. At some point, I'd love to see some of this, instead of going to the RCP, going to, to our own people. I think at some point I'd love to see that. I have a lot of respect for the RCMP. I've served them, but I think at some point down the road, I'd like to see, we're going to be finalizing some of our agreements here. I'd love to see, the KHO have some of their own, hire their own, a lot of, or the Dead Show, and have their own people enforce their own laws. Dene laws along with our own laws, and that's what I'd love to see somewhere down the road, and start having those conversations and moving away from this colonial way of doing business. So I just thought I'd make that opening comment. So I'll leave that with that. I did have a question with integrated case management, ICM. So I noticed here it's mainly for Yellowknife and affects my constituents in Dilo and Detta.
This is, I guess, the section that you want to be referring to here is a little bit later, the policing section. So, right now we are on just bear with me. We're on community justice and policing. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. Okay, member for Tunaday-Willaday.
So I'm going to go back. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to what I was saying about integrated case management, so I had a question for the minister. Just speaking briefly with this. So this ICM, Integrated Case Management, covers Yellowknife, Dilo, and Detta. It covers my constituents in Dilo and Detta, which is great. But it really doesn't offer too much outside of that. I'm just listening to some other questions here. I didn't really hear anything being addressed about any plans to move this program outside of the Yellowknife area. So my question is, do you have any plans to do that, to address this ICM and moving into the small communities?
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yes, at this point, the program does service Yellowknife, Detta, and Dilo specifically, and there's no express plan at this point to expand that service, although as I noted in some of the earlier questions, fully 45% of the individuals who receive services are residents of other communities. That said, the N.W.T in general right now is taking an approach of trying to move to more integrated services and more integrated service delivery. So that's about the best I can say right now, is that there's a broad level of commitment to improving this kind of service across communities and across services. As far as the integrated case management program specifically, there is not a set plan to expand it at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tuna-Day, Willarday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the response from the Minister. Well, I have to say that response saddens me and upsets me. Again, we're starting this theme now where we're having a lot of programs just in the Yellowknife area. We need to have some more parity, and this is a really good example of that not happening. So we'll keep on going here, but I just want to make that known for the record. As usual.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, no, I hear the member's point. I hear his concerns, and I would note that one of the other things that ICM does deliver is identifying barriers in the services that are provided, and certainly I would commit to saying that as those barriers are being identified, we do now in this Assembly, the 19th Legislative Assembly, need to do a better job of ensuring that those barriers are removed, and that will have benefits for residents across Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions? Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to have a couple of opening remarks. I was looking at page 261 just before the 262 and 263, and you have 331 positions for Yellowknife and 122 for the rest, the regions and the small communities. You have, with the way it lists it, is North Slave as 246 and headquarters is 85. But very deceiving the way all the booklets have been that we've been receiving right from the beginning since I started here. 246 for North Slave and 85 for headquarters. That's 331 positions in this area. That's a lot of positions. The minister used the term share in a previous reply. Sharing is extremely important when it comes to the wealth of the Northwest Territories. And, we depend on government positions in the smaller communities and regions also. At some point, there has to be either more positions developed for the outlying regions and for the small communities. I too agree that the integrated case management program is a great program. That's why I said that if we don't get at least one position in Fort Smith and one in Inuvik, then I'm not going to be voting for the budget. Because I firmly believe that we have to start somewhere. And I don't see us doing that. So my question is, evaluations are great. I'm sure the evaluation of the integrated case management program had a great evaluation, because terms and conditions that are referenced in an evaluation are usually provided by the department, and you know what the outcome is going to be. I like the outcome, but I really would like an outcome too for the region of the people that I represent in Thabacha, as we should also look after the Inuvik region. For a start, I don't see any any place where, do you believe in decentralizing some of these programs that are all offered here? I want to know your answer to that.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I trust that, Mr. Chair, it's what I might personally feel or believe's not what should win the day. It's what's best for the Department of Justice acting as one of the departments in the N.W.T. Mr. Chair, there are 3 large correctional facilities that ultimately wind up fulfilling the majority of the human resources components. One is here in Yellowknife, one is in Yahé River, and one is in Fort Smith. That's the largest component of human resources within the Department of Justice. The other large component is the legal division, which includes a large staffing component that is here in Yellowknife and serves all of the departments of the Government of the Northwest Territories, largely here within Yellowknife. So there are challenges certainly with not going to be building any new correctional facilities in the imminent future. Indeed, there are empty spaces in the ones that we have, fortunately. And it is, as I believe, and I've been instructed, the mandate for all of us to consistently look for opportunities when there are new positions and new programs being created, to consistently look for those opportunities to be located and positioned elsewhere outside of Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to make comment here. I just got to remind members is that we've moved past the general comments and we're in pages 262 to 265. And as well, asking opinions not in order, so anything should be directed, anything directed to the minister should be through the chair. Thank you. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll remember that. So I'm just wondering, you say that 55% of the clients are from Yellowknife or in Northern. How many people is 55%?
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that number was derived from a range looking at 248 active participants. So it would be roughly about 130 or so, but that's just me making a guess without a calculator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member for Thabacha.
So I want to get back to this whole integrated case management program. It's a void in the communities, and I'm just wondering if the minister would consider ensuring that the region of Fort Smith and Inuvik will get a position also, because it is a void in the community for this very program that is required in the community and for the region.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would love to see integrated case management rolled out everywhere. I am a tremendous supporter of this program. Realistically, it is not going to be within the budget that there currently is to establish new offices with these kinds of services in different communities. It's not just a question of the individual human being, but of a support team within that, within the integrated case management office and services. There's a certain level of capacity and knowledge that's been built up within the team that exists here, and to again, it wouldn't be quite so simple as just to take a person and just say that they will be out somewhere else. That said, Mr. Chair, I am committed to finding some solutions, certainly over the next fiscal year within the current budget that's being proposed, to find ways to have the ICM workers that we have here in Yellowknife perhaps work better with the GSO offices that exist elsewhere in the other communities. That is a centralized feature that's available to a lot of the communities, although acknowledging not all of them, but it's available in a lot of the communities. So there may well be ways that we can better support the collaborative services between these different departments that offer these services, ICM under Justice, and then the GSO offices. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabatcha.
I just want to remind the minister that, there are a lot of qualified people in other communities also besides Yellowknife. And just doing something a little bit differently to ensure that we get the same service as the people of Yellowknife do is essential. And I think we're not asking for very much. It's a right. We live in the same area. We have this mandate, and I honestly feel that, and I want you to know that you agree with me that there are qualified people all over the territories, not only Fort Smith, Inuvik, Yellowknife, the smaller communities have qualified people, correct?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, I believe that the Northwest Territories is full of incredibly qualified people across all of our communities who can contribute tremendous things to the N.W.T and to their communities in a variety of capacities.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabatcha. No further questions. Any further questions with rest? Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Community Justice.
Regarding community justice and the RCMP, I'd like to ask the minister a question. So the past couple years, we've been advocating for Aboriginal policing. So I want to ask a question regarding that. Mr. Chair.
Community justice and policing. I know that there's been training in the past, and because I've been involved as the Minister of Justice of the day, we've had a successful outcome training an individual to become almost a full-fledged RCMP officer without investigation. That's from Hay River, your community. And we were obviously a huge supporter of the process. Has there been other training pertaining to Aboriginal policing since then, and how many have we graduated? Mr. Chair, merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am not, it may be that the member is referencing the Special Constable Program. The Special Constable Program was and is a program that's run under the RCMP. In general, although under the Territorial Police Financing Agreement, there is a contribution that's made towards the funding of training for the RCMP. The Department of Justice in the Northwest Territories doesn't otherwise have direct control over the different training programs that are offered by the RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, usually the RCMP G Division would inquire or talk about recruitment process, and they want to recruit people from the communities. Obviously, that requires training, and we as a Department of Justice need to be proactive because we talk about money. We can identify funds towards that to train our own people to become full-fledged RCMP officers. We can't always say, well, it's G Division that they have to come up with the training requirements, training funding. We have to be proactive as a Justice Department to move forward to say, we want to set the mandate target of within 5 years to produce 20 full-fledged officers. And that should be one of the targets. We don't have that. And we talk about training here and there. We produce one that I know of out of Hay River He's still an officer right now, which I'm very proud of. Mr. Chair, those are some of the commitments I'd like to hear from the minister going forward. Obviously, working with the chief commanding officer, if this is something that she's willing to meet with the G Division, if it's to discuss further training opportunities within Northwest Territories. Merci.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, recruiting local people to perform local services is, I believe, something that everyone wants to see. And with respect, though, to the specific recruitment efforts of the RCMP, I'm hesitant to make any commitments on their behalf, but I agree with the member that I certainly already do meet with our G Division commanding officer, the partners that we have in the delivery of the policing services. I'll continue to do so, and I will raise with them recruitment targets. The last time we met, I recall very specifically that they took some pride in the number of recruitments that they have. I believe, in fact, that they have a dedicated recruitment officer here in the Northwest Territories. I will confirm that, and I'll confirm it back to the member. But that was my recollection, is that they are, in fact, quite proud of the efforts that they're making to recruit Northerners to the RCMP's service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfrey.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, obviously I'd like to see up-and-coming training on the G Division as happened at the depot. So I know there's been some interim exposure for some Northern students, and just so it happens, one of my daughter was interested, so she pursued it through her high school, and she had a week, I believe it was a week or 10 days at the depot, and obviously she's interested now. She wants to be a cop after she gets her degree. So I think we need to do more of those areas of the recruitment and the promotion. So I'm glad the minister is willing to sit down with the chief commanding officer to deal with the matter. Mr. Chair, I'd like to focus on 33 communities since we're talking about community justice and the compensation as well. In her opening remarks, working with RCMP to ensure 33 communities of Northwest Territories have policing priority action plans. As you know, Mr. Chair, not all communities have RCMP detachments. And I do believe we did away with that. We're not building any more detachments. Is that the understanding that Minister has? Merci, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Mr. Chair, the cost of a new detachment is approximately $7 to $10 million simply to build it. That's notwithstanding the several millions of dollars of continuing maintenance thereafter. So that is not in the immediate capital plan. Mr. Chair, though, I'm happy to answer that question. I'm just not sure if there's more detailed questions about policing services as opposed to community policing. But I guess I'm a bit in the chair's hands as well, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfrey.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, what I'm trying to get at is those communities that do not have detachments, how do we restrain those individuals that are getting in trouble? I see firsthand in N.W.T, they have a restraining chair in one of the offices at the community government office. It's just a small area room. And what if we have like 5 of them, 5 individuals that are making trouble in the community? And we only have 2 officers that every now and then come and visit the community of N.W.T. I'm just more concerned about the safety aspects of the community. And it's not just my community. There's 10 or 11 communities without detachments. I'm speaking on all of them. I'm speaking on behalf of them as well. What is the plan going forward to deal with those areas, detaining those individuals that may be causing trouble? And we only have 2 officers in the community, and we're lucky that there hasn't been a major offense in the community to deal with these matters. Mr. Chair, I'm just speaking from a community safety perspective. And what is the plan going forward from the Justice Department working with G Division? Merci.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, one of the key areas of engagement that we've already begun as a Department of Justice within the 19th Assembly is to truly advocate to the federal government to expand the First Nations policing program. The First Nation policing program provides a different type of funding arrangement between the RCMP and the Government of Northwest Territories and supports the increase of additional positions within Indigenous communities. And under that program, as it is, there are five additional police officers coming in 2021, but it's our view that that program really needs to be expanded so that it can better serve a bigger variety of communities. Right now, those positions are regional, but they're regional to within communities that are already signed into that framework. Our hope is that with some advocacy with community partners or Indigenous governments, that the federal government will in fact expand that program so that it can be one that benefits more of the communities, and we can, as such, better serve exactly the communities that the member is speaking of. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfrey.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I too definitely agree that this should be expanded. The First Nation policing program has been very successful in the past, and we should be in a point of, as a Justice Department or as a government, we should be matching the N.W.T division, what they offer at the table. It should be about partnership. We talk about partnership as a government, but we shouldn't be just looking to G division to see if they're willing to add more funding. We should be proactive. Mr. Chair, I only have 30 seconds of my time. One more question I have is community justice committees. Are all committees actively engaged and active as justice committee members? Merci.
Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can say that all 33 communities are engaged by the Department of Justice towards developing their community justice committees, but that not all communities have the same level of participation amongst their actual communities. So there are a handful of communities that, although there has been outreach, are still working to have greater development of their community justice programs. I can tell you from 2019-20 that 30 of the 33 did access funding for community justice programs. So those other three, we certainly, as I say, continue to be engaged with them, but that there's still some work to be done. And Mr. Chair, this is an area in general that while funding over the 2020 year one is set, it's certainly my hope that this is an area where we can continue to work with community partners and Indigenous governments to really engage the activity within the communities so that it's really about a partnership, about what's happening on the ground and not simply us going to them, but them joining us and moving community justice forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any more questions with respect to community justice and policing? Member for Thabacha.
Chair, it's just one short question, and it has to do with Aboriginal policing also, because there's a problem with enforcement on reserve. There's always been a problem, and you talked about training and First Nation policing and getting access to the federal program. I think that's a good way of going, and I encourage you to do that. I think that it's very important that Salt River First Nation Reserve has proper enforcement by its own people. And so I'm just making a comment, and I think it's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, thank you. These kinds of reminders are exactly one of the main benefits of this process. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Just a reminder is, I guess we kind of agreed there that we just have one round of questions, so just keep that in mind. Are there any further questions with respect to community justice and policing? No further questions. Please turn to page 63. And Justice Community, Community Justice and Policing, Operations Expenditure, Summary 2020-2021, main estimates, $6,594,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Corrections, beginning on page 266 with information item on page 269. Any questions, comments? Member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I see that new in the last budget was this offender reintegration line. Could the minister just elaborate on this? Apparently it's to do with the therapeutic community, but I wasn't aware that the therapeutic community had started operating yet. Could she explain? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the therapeutic community is still under development, but it will start operation during this fiscal year that is under consideration at this point. And in fact, the full transition is expected to happen in the fall of 2020. So this funding is considered to be part of that preparation, and it's meant to assist in working with the local community partners and to assist in preparing local community partners in order so that they can be available to support the re-entry and, well, the therapeutic community itself. So ensuring that individuals who are going through that process have access to services and placements within that community, and that there can be outreach done in advance of the full program being rolled out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can the minister tell us about some of the community partners and what assistance exactly they're going to provide? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, I think when I'd attended myself down in Hay River and had a tour, they described, the warden there described engaging with everything from businesses to local volunteer organizations, and to provide both sort of placements and just involvement, and to engage them so that they're aware of what the program is and what the opportunities to involve might be. But that's not a very specific answer, and it's about, at this point, the reason it's not very specific is because some of the details of exactly who might be involved depends on the willingness of those partners to be involved. What I'd suggest, Mr. Chair, is that I would commit to get back to the member as those plans develop, and when there is more of a list of it, if there's to be committed partners or a list of anticipated partners, that I would commit to get that to the member at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that answer, and I look forward to seeing the rollout plan for fall of this year. When this money on offender reintegration is being spent, is any of it being spent on lining up housing for people who are coming out of the therapeutic community? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, at this point, that is an option. It is one of the possibilities, but again, it will depend on who specifically in the community is ultimately partnered and ultimately decides to be partnered. So not only from the end of the Department of Justice, but from the community partners. So this may well be an opportunity for partners in that community to offer some sort of housing reintegration, but at this point, I can't commit specifically, other than to say that it's an option.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me know if this is not the correct place to ask this question, but I'm wondering if the minister can speak to if there is a budget for professional leadership development for corrections officers within our correctional facilities. Does it fall under this page? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you for that, member. I'm not quite sure, but Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know there is a budget for leadership training and for corrections training generally, and I think it probably does fall within this area, so I'll leave it to the member for her next question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Okay, so it does fall under here, but we're not entirely sure where, so maybe that would be under compensation and benefits. I'm going to take a guess. So there is a bit of an increase there, but I think it's from UNW forced growth. So I'm wondering if there is an increase for this fiscal year of leadership professional development training for corrections officers. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, sorry, and I'm sorry for the hesitancy earlier. Part of it depends a bit on what part the member's asking for. Training funding comes both under the contracts for the people providing it, as well as travel, for example. But as far as an increase this year, there's not a detailed increase. There's no specific increase. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a number of people that work within corrections facilities that aren't necessarily corrections officers. So I'm wondering if there's any kind of professional development fund for people who are not corrections officers that may require safety training because they work within the facility, because our corrections officers undergo 6 to 8 weeks of training for safety and how to do their job. So other people that may come into contact with inmates, is there any kind of professional development training for those people? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, any individuals that are coming into the facility, I mean, they have access to a variety of N.W.T training programs. If there are specific individuals from outside of the correctional service, so for example, if they're staff within the health department, Mr. Chair, I may not be best placed to speak to what specific training they have or have not received. I think perhaps I would commit to getting the member a breakdown of, perhaps by who comes into the facility. There was one specific item I was looking for. The member had mentioned about leadership, and Corrections is currently developing a leadership course for their supervisors and their managers. That is, as I say, right now under development, and the expectation is that it will be delivered in 2020 and 2021. And to the extent that we have better management and supervising happening in the corrections facilities, that will be no doubt to the benefit of all N.W.T staff who enter into the premises. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The minister did set up a very helpful tour for a lot of members at the Yellowknife, North Slave Correctional Facility that a lot of us did partake in. And it was really nice to have the opportunity during that visit to meet with the facility's traditional counselor that is employed there. I'm wondering, because a lot of inmates in the Northwest Territories are also on a healing journey when they are in our correctional facilities. Does the traditional counselor have their own budget line item for cultural activities within the facilities? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's not a specific line item for cultural activities within the facility. That said, it's very much considered to be a core part of the services that are provided by corrections in the Northwest Territory. Starting from the point when somebody enters the facility through to the kinds of programming that are provided, as well as, for example, even the structure of the buildings themselves. The new facility that's in Fort Smith, Mr. Chair, has considered better integrating a land-based approach even within the facility itself, even within the construction of the grounds of the facility. So it's not a line item, but it's a consideration at all stages and in all types of planning that are undertaken for corrections. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Would the minister be prepared to make a commitment to personally see what type of budget is allocated to the traditional councillors within our corrections facilities in the Northwest Territories?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Mr. Chair, I am assured that we can do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That was easy. Member for Cam Lake.
I need a button. Thank you. I appreciate that one a lot. I'm wondering if the minister can let us know what rate of Nunavut inmates choose to stay within Yellowknife following their incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at the moment, in terms of individuals who are adults in the North Slave, it appears that we have 8. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Just to clarify, is that we currently have 8 Nunavut inmates, or 8% of inmates choose to stay within the capital following their incarceration? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are currently, within the North Slave Correctional Facility, 8 individuals, 4 sentenced and 4 on remand, who are classified as being Nunavut prisoners. But as far as it being a choice necessarily, Mr. Chair, it involves classification that is done by correctional officials. So just to be clear, it's not necessarily a choice either of the Department of Justice nor of the individuals, but it depends on a variety of factors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing the budget, it's apparent that our corrections budget is over half of what we contribute as the N.W.T to our housing budget, to the N.W.T Housing Corporation. So just in line with the member from Yellowknife Centre's questions, finding ways to help people reintegrate back into their home communities would be very valuable to the government. So I'm wondering if the Department of Justice has any plans to review corrections programs to hopefully be able to work with inmates to better reduce recidivism. Oh my gosh, I can't say that word. Recidivism. What Steve said. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Mr. Chair, philosophically, I would say that I am fully in favor of improving reintegration of individuals to their community and reducing recidivism for all individuals who come into conflict with the law of whatever nature it might be. How we do that is much more complicated. That is the real nugget of the whole matter, Mr. Chair. So I fully expect that I'll continue to get questions and should get questions about how we are reintegrating, how we are reducing the rates of recidivism, how we are reducing the rates of contact with the justice system in the first place. So I did make a very large note that says housing and underlined it earlier, and perhaps I'll add a circle to it now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions or comments with respect to corrections? Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just building on my colleague's comments regarding corrections, I think there's large recognition, both professionally and best practices, that, you know, if we can avoid putting people in corrections, we save money. You know, we're spending millions of dollars constructing this new facility in Fort Smith. I question whether we should have just provided housing and addiction treatment to those people, but that's a different question. Can the minister just explain, I often hear the new Fort Smith Correctional Complex referred to as a therapeutic model, how that is different from North Slave Correctional Facility?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so there is a brand new complex in Fort Smith which is obviously, but that's not the therapeutic community. The therapeutic community is the one that is actually in Hay River. And the idea there is that there's 4 phases that are going to be provided to individuals who come into contact with the system from the very earliest integration into the facility, rather than being in a position where they are sort of told how to manage their lives and controlled. They're given increasing ability and opportunities to take responsibility for their own actions, and as they do that, they move through the different phases and get increasing access to greater freedoms and greater opportunities as they go through the 4 phases. So it's meant to be something where they're given that opportunity to truly take responsibility for their actions, for their lives, and for their own process as they go through a correctional programming, rather than be told by facility wardens or case officers what they have to do and how to do it. So it's turning the model in terms of taking responsibility and integrating that process throughout the person's stay at the facility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, sorry, I was confused about the difference between the Hay River Complex, the new Fort Smith Complex, and the North Slave Correctional Complex. I'm fully supportive of the Hay River Therapeutic Community Model. I think it is the future of corrections. I guess there seems to be recognition by all parties that this is, the steps we should be taking. So my question to the Minister of Justice is, why is the new Fort Smith facility and North Slave not also using this therapeutic community model if we recognize it as something, the direction we want to be going?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the facilities that are based in Fort Smith, certainly the one that is for male individuals, is often one that receives individuals who have other higher needs, for example, often with mental health challenges, which wouldn't necessarily be appropriate for the therapeutic model. And the North Slave facility is the facility that generally houses, first of all, more remand individuals, but also often higher risk individuals. So there may be a vision, and the time may come where other facilities can transition or add to their programming. But for the moment, what's happening in Hay River is the first of its kind in the north. So we are going to start with one, and the other facilities continue to have to maintain needs and respond to needs for the other classifications of risk that still come into contact with the justice system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just make a comment first before I ask the question, and that is that I'm very proud to say that most of the people at the 2 facilities in Fort Smith are extremely qualified and do an excellent job. I've been to both facilities at various times with clients, especially when I was with my other leadership role in Salt River. And I support both facilities and the staff. But there are some gaps in the system, and the gaps are with people who, and a lot of the people in there are long-term residents, members of Salt River, members of the Métis community that are staffing these units, and they run a really incredible atmosphere at both facilities, and I want to commend them for that. But the gaps are those that there's some of the staff members that have sometimes get into maybe a problem of some kind, whether it be could be a DUI or something, and it hasn't gone to court yet, and then they're disciplined in a certain manner and they get fired without just cause, and then there has been times when the court didn't even, the offense didn't even go to court, and they've been fired, and they've gone to the union, and the union takes too long to get to the case, and the family has been ruined. I want to know if you, as the minister, would put a group, a more objective group in place for these kind of cases, and it not be a form of dictatorship on a trial and everything else in your department by one or two people that are doing this and letting this happen when a whole family is ruined because of this. Because it's happened a couple times. I've had a couple of people at Salt River when I was there that had happened to. And since then, I've had about 10 people come to me and explain this whole situation to me of what's been happening with dictatorship in justice for people, and they have rights. These people have, everybody in Canada has a right. And, you know, you're with the Department of Justice. I want to know how you're going to deal with that.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Human Resources happens to fall within the purview of the Department of Finance, and I happen to know, whether wearing either one of my hats, that the Department of Justice and supported by the Department of Finance do have robust policies in place that they follow whenever there is a question of needing to terminate an individual. Individuals who work within the Corrections Service, by necessity, have to meet a very high standard of conduct given the position of trust that they're in, and that if there are concerns with their performance, that those processes are, the processes to evaluate their performance in Human Resources are going to be followed. It is my responsibility and will be my responsibility to ensure that those processes are followed, to review those processes if necessary, and I can certainly commit to doing so if necessary, and in order to ensure that those procedures and processes, which are meant to be objective and independent and fair, are followed. I'm confident in our partners in the union will do the same and will take their roles seriously, and I would like to assure the member that we will continue to perform those functions in the best accordance with the law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Just a reminder to all members as well is that any questions go to the chair first, not directly to the minister. Member for Tabacha.
Mr. Chair, I also want to ask the minister why we are following BC standards and not using Canadian standards in justice.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Therapeutic Committee? No, the BC Initiative of Justice Training. Mr. Chair, I can only assume, Mr. Chair, that the member might be referring to the fact that there are individuals who have attended the Northwest Territories from British Columbia with specialized skills, to deliver specialized training, but the Department of Justice applies to the extent that there's a criminal code, the federal criminal code, and to the extent that it's the laws of the Northwest Territories, the laws of the Northwest Territories, and indeed we have developed our own training program for corrections officers with northern components within that, and we'll continue to refine and to deliver that program in the Northwest Territories to corrections officers here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha. Elected Corrections. No. Please turn to page 267. Justice Corrections Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates $38,511,000. Does committee agree? Committee agrees. Thank you. The next section is Court Services, beginning on page 270. The information item on page 272. Are there any questions? Any questions? No questions? Please turn to page 271. Justice Court Services Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021, main estimates $14,281,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, committee. Legal aid services beginning on page 273 with information item on page 275. Any questions? Member for YK Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the compensation and benefits line under legal aid services, and I see it's increased by about $900,000 since the 2018-19 actuals. Can the minister tell us what's driving this increase? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just confirming that the actuals can sometimes include vacant positions that may or may not have been filled at the time, whereas the main estimates assumes all the positions that have been allocated to the department. So we would point back to the revised estimates to show the difference. I can note, Mr. Chair, that there is some increase as a result of increases related to the collective agreement. And the increase in funding for one additional position with the outreach lawyer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for no further questions. Any further questions with respect to legal aid services? No further questions. Okay. Please turn to page 274. Justice Legal Aid Services Operations Expenditure Summary 2020 to 2021 main estimates $7,013,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations beginning on page 276 with information item on page 278. Any questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, the minister's kind of in a funny position here, but with regard to the Orogo budget, but is this prepared by the staff of Orogo and then provided to the minister for review and or approval? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is staff of Orogo do certainly have a significant role in completing the materials, and it of course still has to get put together in conjunction with the Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm not sure that. So, is this? Does the minister? Does this budget go to the Financial Management Board? Who signs off on the budget? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Mr. Chair, it follows the same process as the rest of the main estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't think that was the answer I was looking for. So this budget is prepared by the staff. Does it go to FMB for approval and or the Minister of Finance or Cabinet? Who makes the final decision about whether to, and how this appears in the main estimates? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Mr. Chair, obviously, if I'm wrong about this, I'll bring a correction back, but my understanding is that the Office of the Oil and Gas Regulator puts together their financial budgeting just the same way as any other department. It does go to the Department of Finance to be compiled together with all the main estimates that then come before the committee in the same fashion as the other items that the numbers that are here are generally put together through a business planning process. Obviously, all of the main estimates here didn't have quite the same business planning process because of the fall election, but that in general, that was my understanding, was that that is how these numbers are generated. So when I say it's the same as the others, obviously it operates somewhat differently than a department because it is somewhat more at arm's length and doesn't have a deputy minister specifically, other than deputy minister of justice, but it has an executive officer in charge. So, but the numbers are otherwise put together in a similar fashion.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Okay, I understand that these guys are arm's length and that they put together the budget, but does the minister have any oversight? Does the minister sign off on this budget in any way? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be obstructive. I guess I just, I mean, I would sign off on it the same as I sign off on the rest of the budget that's before committee right now, in that I'm here to defend it, I'm here to provide explanations of it, and I'm prepared to receive any comments or concerns that the member has about the numbers that are before the committee right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, it only took me 6 minutes to get there. I guess do we have any kind of, look, I've met with these people. They do a good job. They've got in place some guidance. They carry out their jobs good. No issues there whatsoever. They've been very helpful anytime I visited or had questions. But at some point, there's no oil and gas activity happening here. So do we, how and when will we sort of review the financial needs for Orogo and make any necessary adjustments if there's no oil and gas activity? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, thank you. So fortunately, I have had contact with the staff and who do administer the day-to-day operations, and am assured that well, these numbers were developed initially post-evolution to reflect a certain reality, given the current reality and the current in the business planning process that will be undergoing or undertaken this spring, that there may well be a review to consider whether or not these estimates are more than is required in light of the work that they are being requested to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I'm looking for an understanding of trends through time in terms of the level and amount of activity and work that these folks have to do. And the minister says that that's being reviewed. Will that information be brought to standing committee for committee to look at? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that that work is currently being undertaken by the Executive Director of Orogo, and that it will be coming before committee as part of so there will be, I mean, I can see the difference in the numbers myself, and I'm confident that the Executive Director over at Orogo is going to be undertaking that work if she hasn't already. So it will be back before committee. If the committee would like a technical briefing before we get into business planning process, I'm more than happy to make sure that that happens. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the minister is looking at some numbers. Can those be shared now with regular MLAs? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, I simply am referencing the reality in terms of looking at actuals and main estimates. So just that there is a significant difference between what's being budgeted and what's actually being spent. Mr. Chair, the member references trends over time. let me look into that and see if there is a trend over time that I can produce, and if we can, that if we can provide it. So the commitment is to at least look into it first and to then determine whether or not it can be provided or when. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake, you got 30 seconds.
Yeah, thanks. Sort of the story of my life. I'm running out of time. Yeah, look, what I'm interested in is the number of applications they receive, they review, the number of inspections they carry out, the amount of material posted to their agenda, active and suspended licenses, permits, all of that kind of stuff. That's what I think we want to know, is what the workload is and whether it's changing over time. And I really look forward to getting that out of the Minister and the regulator. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, that kind of tracking is being kept. I'm scanning my notes right now for numbers, but that's not the best use of anyone's time right here. So let me commit to getting some numbers back, and perhaps what I will do is engage directly with the member first before responding, to ensure that we're giving the kinds of numbers he's looking for that can assist this committee in evaluating this work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions with Member for N.W.T?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just in regards to your, all the jobs, they all seem to be in headquarters, 6 of them. Nothing in the Beaufort Delta where the actual oil and gas is in the SAW2. Like, is there any plans to start, I guess, putting jobs in the communities where the oil and gas is really at, or just keeping Yellowknife, everything in Yellowknife like a sponge? Or did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, so the jurisdiction of Orogo covers only land, and I'm sorry, I feel like I'm going to stumble over this a little bit. I don't have it incorrect. Sorry, no. So it covers only. It does not cover the federal areas or Inuvialuit settlement region, and it only covers land. So it's not necessarily covering all of the regions that the member from N.W.T would necessarily be referencing. It also doesn't cover one of the carve-out regions right in the area of Norman Wells. So it doesn't cover all of the Northwest Territories. That said, I'm conscious of what the member is saying, even without covering some of the most northerly and perhaps a large chunk of the oil area, that it does still cover a significant region. So with some explanation, I still take the member's point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in regards to 279, our community policing in the N.W.T through our contract between the G&W.T and the Government of Canada. And I've been watching in regards to this and hearing on the P1 statuses for transfers or cross for detachments like such as the sergeant areas, the selection that are coming in to our communities. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. You just jumped ahead there. We're dealing with the Office of the Regulatory oil and gas operations right now. Do you have any further questions with respect to that area?
No, but put me on the list first on this on policing services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions with respect to Office of the Regulator oil and gas operations? If there are no further questions, please turn to page 77. Justice Office of the Regulator of Oil and Gas Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates $1,928,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Okay. Policing services beginning on page 279. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It says that First Nation policing, P1s, we have a lot of qualified individuals, south, north, that are should be laterally transferred over. That's not, and they're being overseen. And it seems to me like it's been not, in some cases, they've been really bringing in outsiders. When we have individuals that are more than qualified in our communities to do the job. What is this minister's stance on P1s on First Nations members? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, the RCMP is responsible for their own hiring processes. What I can do, Mr. Chair, is to continue to meet regularly, quarterly, as I do, with the commanding officer here locally, to continue to encourage them within their processes to do recruitment. As I mentioned earlier, there is, I believe, a dedicated individual here in the Northwest Territories who does do recruitment processes, goes into the communities and engages with individuals. And so as they're doing that, the more individuals are being recruited here from the Northwest Territories, the more they're in the RCMP, they have, there's a greater number of individuals who can come back and serve their own communities, although even then there's not necessarily a guaranteed choice when you walk out of depot that you get to pick where you go, notwithstanding what may sometimes anecdotally be said. There's other things to be considered, but fundamentally, the more people are being recruited to the RCMP from the north, the more likely that there's going to be local individuals back in the communities. And so, as I say, I can certainly continue to raise that with our partners at the RCMP, and if there's some supports that we can provide them, then we'll certainly continue to do that and continue to engage. I believe I have previously offered and would make the offer again that to request a technical briefing to the members to this committee about the range of work they do and how exactly they do provide staffing that is appropriate and relevant to the communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a lot of good information that didn't answer my question. I asked the Minister, Mr. Chair, in regards to supporting Aboriginal P1s that are qualified to do the positions instead of transfer them laterally into another position in another community. Where does this minister, in the support of P1s, First Nations, Aboriginal members, instead of bringing them from the outside and half the time bringing in their friends, where does this minister stand on that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, the P1 designation is one that is held by the N.W.T, created by the N.W.T's processes. I do not have any information that it is a status that applies within the RCMP, and I have no control over the RCMP's hiring process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I really think that the minister should get familiarized with that, because P1s are the most important thing in making sure for myself, instead of bringing in outsiders, we have Aboriginals that could take care of our own. We should be supporting them instead of being pushed aside. I really think that like having senior members, older members coming into our communities, our small communities, because they won't get excited as a younger senior officer. So I think that any of the transfers that are being brought in, like for sergeants and corporals that are running detachments in our small communities, I think they should be, the members, the minister should be getting that information from the RCMP to work with the sitting MLA of the day, to work with them to try to get somebody qualified and they had experience in working with the mayors and with the community, and being able to actually see who's all applied and on that P1 status, if there was P1 status. If not, I mean, it's all up to whoever wants to apply for the small jobs in the communities. But I think that us having a little bit of input into it, I think that would be really good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, so again, I can't force the federal government to apply the N.W.T's P1 status designation. What I can do is continue to meet with the G Division commander here to encourage him to use what efforts he can when doing the hiring for the RCMP to do so in a way that is as respectful of our communities in the north as possible, and as well encourage as many new recruits from the north so that they have more and more individuals available to them from the depot who are from our communities and who can come back to our communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think what we should do is when they're applying for these positions and saying they're an Aboriginal member and not just saying they should show ID. That ID has to be shown. I have an Inuvialuit card, I'm Inuvialuit, and I have my number. I think any kind of P1 status through the territorial government, and we're the ones that are paying them. So I think we should have a little bit of say in who we're getting. So in regards to that, I think status cards should be shown. Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Member. Minister, any comments?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Only again that obviously there's a variety of people from the Department of Justice watching today's proceedings closely, and we will take the comments from the members back to the RCMP when we meet with them regularly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions on policing services? Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would recognize that, the RCMP control their hiring practices, and I do appreciate the minister's commitment to continue working with G Division. However, I think there's a bit of a political aspect missing from this conversation. I'm looking at the Federal Financial Committee's recommendations on Budget 2020, Recommendation 29. Thanks to our MP McLeod, says recognize Indigenous police services as essential services under the law, ensure they can obtain long, stable term funding like other police services, and expand these services in the Northern Territories. I really would like to see our government take a strong position on Indigenous policing. What's been happening in the South, where more and more reserves are taking it on, has not really evolved to the level it should in the territories. So I would like a commitment from the Minister of Justice to reach out to her counterpart, the Minister of Public Safety, the Federal Minister of Finance, and have this conversation at a political level. And I'm wondering if she's willing to do that.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Mr. Chair, will the member be satisfied if I simply say yes?
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. We like yeses. Member for YK North?
Nope, I like yeses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions with respect to policing services? No further questions. Please turn to page 280. Justice, Policing Services Operations Expenditure Summary 2020 to 2021 Main Estimates, $47,832,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We'll now move on to Services to Government on page, it says 279, but is it 281? Yes. 281, with information item on page 284. Are there any questions? No questions? Please turn to page 282. Justice Services to Government Operations Expenditure Summary 2020 to 2021 Main Estimates $12,961,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Services to the public on page 285 with information items on page 287 to 291. Any questions? Any questions? Member from Tuniday-Welladay.
I see, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking on page 286, top line, Coroner's Office. From the actuals before, at one point was 1.1 million, and now for these mains is 823,000. Does that just mean that there's been a decrease in any positions, or is there? Can you explain the decrease for this office? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the actual numbers in 2018-19 were just simply much significantly higher than what had been budgeted. That can occur if very easily with simply even one coroner's inquest can lead to much higher expenditures than usual. The forced growth that we're requesting here in terms of the main estimates, both in terms of the collective agreement, but then also in terms of a general increase to the budget it's one of the first times there's been an increase in some time. So it hopefully will be a more accurate projection of what is expected to be the final estimates for 2020 and 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tunaday-Willowday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I caught some of that. I understand there's some forced growth there with the collective agreement. So just so I'm clear again, so there is no change in position here for this department? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I think I may have actually been sort of mumbling along. I apologize. So the increase that's being projected from the main estimates of 2019-20 to 2021, the increase in the mains is as a result, in small part, to the collective agreement increase, but in more significant part is a forced growth application. The member already pointed out the difference in the actuals, and so the increase here, and it's again, as I mentioned, the first time in some years that there's actually been an increase, is reflected in simply the increased costs. Everything from an increased cost for air and ground transportation, as well as an increase to autopsy toxicology fees, body preservation and repatriation. These are all costs that have gone up over the years, and this is an effort to actually better reflect the reality of the costs that this office is facing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any further member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a question for the Minister about maintenance enforcement. Can the Minister give us an idea of how effective maintenance enforcement is in transferring money collected to the people who are applying for it? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, thank you. I had the opportunity to actually attend maintenance enforcement myself and meet with the people there who do this work, and I was just looking, they had provided me when we were there with a very significant number, and I'm hesitant to say it and get it wrong, but they actually do collect quite a significant amount of money for otherwise a fairly small staff, and of course are then providing that to individuals. So what I will perhaps do is to simply commit rather than to guess at what that number is. But it was, as I say, it was a significant number, and they do a lot of work for people that they're serving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the commitment to provide that information. I'm also interested in knowing what the ratio of money collected is to that's ordered paid, if she could provide that information as well, please.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the requests made versus actual success rates, I take it that that's, and I'm getting a head nod. So yes, we'll do our best. I assume that those numbers are tracked, and if they are, I think we can provide that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more question, and that's about recalculation efforts. We passed some legislation in the last assembly about recalculation, making it a simpler process. Can the minister tell us whether that's now in effect, or if not, when it will come into effect? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know that certainly there has been some time taken partly because it had to be approved with partners within the federal government and the administration of the Federal Divorce Act. My information at present is that indeed this service will be launched at the end of March 2020 with the, so I suppose the member can hold me to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. I have a number of constituents who are looking forward to using this service. So my last question in this area is whether there will be some kind of awareness raising that this service is available when it does become available so that people can then begin to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it certainly is my intention as Minister to ensure that any new programs that are being offered to the members of the public do receive appropriate media or other types of communications. I would just note for the member that at this point, when I say the end of March, that will be when the applications are going to be accepted, and I don't want to create false expectation on the part of the public that they would then turn around and immediately have recalculations done with finality. So I think perhaps with respect to when the communications goes out in a formal fashion might depend on exactly what stage of the rollout we're at. If it's just at the stage of receiving applications, that might not be the time when we actually use our communications facilities. But perhaps what I'll do is follow up with the member and see if we can determine what the best timing is to in fact provide this information to the public so that they can best use the service in a timely fashion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for YK Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Nothing further.
Thank you. Any further? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just noticed I missed something on page 284, and I'm wondering if we can turn back.
It's up to me, so yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking here at page 284, which indicates that there's 3 additional positions going into headquarters. I'm wondering if the minister can explain to me what the positions are. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at this time, the Department of Justice was anticipating and is anticipating the addressing unauthorized land occupancy happening in the Department of Lands, and that to support that undertaking, the Department of Justice was estimating that they would require 3 additional positions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What would be the cost of these 3 positions? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe it is $500,000, $505,000 for 3 positions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And can the minister tell me what the additional amount that the GNW stands to collect from unauthorized land occupancy would be?
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hesitant to answer that. I mean, I think that may be a question that might come up as lands comes before the committee. From the perspective of these positions, their role would be firstly to help determine whether or not there is an Indigenous right to a land that is being claimed or occupied, and then also to help enforce when there's a case of somebody who is unauthorized on the position or on the land. So the role of these lawyers isn't primarily to be one of collection. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just find it difficult to evaluate how effective this use of dollars is without knowing what we stand to collect and what we stand to gain from it. So I find it difficult to approve this without knowing what the other department stands to gain from it, and ultimately what the N.W.T stands to gain or lose from this addition to the budget. So I just wanted to make sure that that was noted here. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this was an opportunity or an attempt by the Department of Justice, rather than to be reactive to something happening within the government, but to be proactive and to be prepared so that when the rollout of this program came through lands, that the Department of Justice would be there to support them. I take the member's point, though, and I'll ensure that I work with my colleague from lands so that resources are adequate to the program as it evolves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll take that promotion. Can we just get a little bit more explanation as to what these three individuals are actually going to do? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this was an attempt on the part of the Department of Justice to identify, to review what the program of lands was and to see what services would be required to lands in order for them to be successful in their program. So again, for example, there's initially determining if an individual has an Indigenous right to the land that's at issue. That is not often an uncomplicated process legally, but then also as the program from lands rolls out, to support the Department of Lands in terms of seeking to have somebody removed if they are in fact unauthorized in their occupancy, which is a legal process. And so it's anticipated, it's based on an estimate of the workload that will flow from that program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I'll be the first to agree with the Minister that the federal government didn't do a very good job when it came to squatters. This is what this is about, quite frankly. So we're trying to pick up the legacy of federal mismanagement, and N.W.T wasn't all that great either when it came to squatters as well. So, but I think I've heard the Minister say that there's going to be some policy related to this that needs to be developed. Why are we springing forward so that we're going to have 3 positions as of April 1st going to court to get eviction orders when there's no policy framework that's been developed? There's nothing that's been put out there to explain how this is going to roll out. Do we really need 3 people right off the bat? I guess that's what I'd like to know, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm taking the members' points, both of them, that indeed we will need to work with my colleague in the Department of Lands to ensure that that this resourcing, while again we want to demonstrate to ourselves to be proactive and not responsive to a program, so that we're not simply coming back later and asking for more funding to do things that we should have predicted better. But I hear the members and I hear the committee that we will have to work with lands and with my colleague to ensure that the resources we're seeking here are in fact what we need to achieve the goals and not excessive of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, okay, so the Minister continues to make my case for me. So do we really need to have 3 right off the bat starting April 1st? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at this point, again, given that this is a program from the Department of Lands, I'll have to work with the Department of Lands, from the Minister of the Department of Lands, to ensure that, in fact, that program is being adequately supported and not under-resourced, so that we are, again, being responsive and not, or being proactive and not simply responsive after the fact. So I will commit to having that conversation. I will commit to giving it that analysis, and I'm confident that we can all work forward over the next couple of weeks to determine if this is the right expenditure of resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the difficulty is that we're dealing with this line item now in this part of the budget. We can't wait till we hear from the Minister of Lands on this. So I'm going to move to delete 2 of these positions from the budget, and I'd like to get some advice then on how we go about doing this. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister, do you have any comments? Thank you. Going to ask him right away, or what's the deal? Yeah. Member for, I'm a minister, or a member for Hay River North, or Minister of House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to draw the Chair's attention to the clock. It is 6 p.m. and according to Rule 6.1, the House must rise at 6 p.m. as we weren't put into extended hours. Thank you.
Good comment. Magic hour is here. So, progress.
We're gone now.
He's going to do it. He's going to
All right, so report of Committee of the Whole, member for Hay River South.
Madam Speaker, your committee has been considering TD 30-19, brackets 2, main estimates 2020 to 2021, and TD 43-19, brackets 2, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2020 to 2021. And Madam Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Thank you. Seconder for the motion, member for Yellowknife Centre. Motion is in order. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. All right, just continue on now. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, 1:30 p.m. prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to the budget address, day 6 of 7, report of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgments, oral questions, written questions, return to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 30-19-2, table document 43-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third readings of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you. This House is adjourned until Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 at 1:30.
Order.